row, so Doug needs to get back on it here.
You know what? We've been talking this whole time.
Not anyone has heard a thing.
To nobody.
Oh, boy.
Dummy me. No one ever said anything. This is why we want people in the chat room to let us know. Dummy me, I had...
So they were seeing us but not hearing.
They were seeing, but we're going to have to go through all that all over again.
Wow.
Good Lord. All right.
Well, we didn't say too much. That was too interesting anyway.
Well, YouTube can't get mad at us, so we'll go through all that again. I'm Ryan Ragland. That's Alan Van Zant, and we're here at Gladstone Bowl for the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour.
Day two.
Day two. After 8 games of qualifying yesterday, 8 games of round-robin match play, and then we'll have the step-ladder finals. Okay.
How many started yesterday?
Do us a huge favor. Or do me a huge favor. If you watch the broadcast and you don't hear or something's wrong, whatever, and I don't catch it, comment on the chats, please. Because I had no idea for the whole first game, basically, that no audio was getting out. So, yeah, I guess we were practicing whichever. But, yeah, hit the like, subscribe, and the alert bell, and hit the chat. Let us know. Everything sounds good, please. I mean, we have people listening, so they can do that. Anyway.
We're just wrapping up game one.
We're wrapping up game one, so taking a look at the matchups. Doug Hergenrader and Brandon Leibel is on 17 and 18. Darian Henderson and Philip Rice is on 19 and 20. And looks like Darian Henderson is going to go 280. And I believe Darian... He even had a crossover. Steve Point and Doug Code is on 21 and 22.
That was a close match still.
Whose frickin' phone's going off?
You know?
No wonder it's you.
It's me.
It's the broadcast guy.
You know, I don't know how many newscasts I was on in St. Joe. KQTV is where I used to be. And I was always so smart about putting it on mute. But then on the desk, the phone would be there. I'd get a call, of course. It'd start vibrating, and you could hear the vibration. So it's like, oh, my pizza's ready, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I'd leave it on mute, but the vibro would be going.
So we'll switch over here.
Mark Pettit has beaten Brian Manini 221 to 206 in game one.
So then all the games from yesterday carry over. So we'll have
Philip Rice has finished with a 235.
Yeah.
In his match against Darian Henderson, but as you mentioned, that's not going to be enough with that spare. Henderson's going to be in the 250s. Brian Leibel on 17 and 18 is going to have a 236 if he fills out the 10th, and that probably will not be enough, as Doug Hergenrader has 166 and a double, so he just needs, well, he'll need a strike. He will need a strike.
So we'll need to add the plus and minus.
We'll get that added in there. Anna Brooklyn for good measure. For Henderson, finishes with a 256. Now, Doug Hergenrader needs a strike here.
Maybe those two there. Now these.
He gets it. So he's going to beat Brandon Leibel in game one, and those were the top 2 qualifiers from Saturday. So we're writing down the scores from game one as we're just wrapping up here. Bergen Raider with a double. He can finish up with a 256. Which would ironically be 256, 235, the same score as next door in a match that just wrapped up. Bergen Raider finishing up with another strike, 256. So one match still going on, Steve Points and Doug Coday. Steve is finished up with a 215. And Doug had a double to get to the 10th. So he's going to win this first match. With one more strike, he'll finish up with a 228. So most of the bowlers shifting around here, getting ready for their second matches. We'll set those matchups for you here as Doug with his fill ball in the 12th.
Yeah, we're not going to have the scores available and be able to see them just because of the lack of cameras, and that's why we're going over all the scores and everything to let you know who's where. That's just this isn't the PBA where we can dip into lane talk.
How many more cameras can you bring?
I got to get some, but yeah, this is low budget. There's a way to do it if I had one camera and if I was like I was doing it yesterday, but the problem is if I switch, it's too much to switch over, too many clicks and everything.
Well, so. Totally low budget if you ask me to help you out here. that is digging pretty deep. So again, just wrapping up game one, Doug Hergenrader beat Brandon Leibel 256 to 235. Those were the top two qualifiers from yesterday. Darian Henderson over Philip Rice, 256 to 235. It was Mark Pettit over Brian Manini, 221 to 206. And then this last match that just wrapped up,
I think I have that written down.
226 to 215.
I think I have that written down right.
I think we got it.
I'm thinking, hopefully. And then we'll just add the...
Yeah, we got it.
Add those there. So now the next matchup that we have that we're starting over... understand my camera limit, your commentary will do this fine. Thank you, sir. Thank you, John. We appreciate it. At least, hey, see, this is what we need. We need the feedback
to let us know. 408, isn't it? Was it 1600?
Yeah.
Okay, so we got it.
There we go. I don't have my phone with me. It's out in the window because again we're using that for the Wi-Fi, but I have to have that out by the window. I can't have it in building with me. So we'll switch over here and to 17, 18, and kind of go over the next one for the
I think that's
for the next set.
07.
Yeah, if I made a mistake, go ahead and correct it. I'm sure I. See, he put the total pins instead of the over under,
right.
So that threw me. I was trying to translate, so I was looking back over. Anyway, looks like Mark Pettit and Doug Coday will be on 17 and 18. Steve Point, Brian Manini on 19 and 20. Looks like Brandon Leibel and Philip Rice will be on 21 and 22. Switch over there. And then Doug Hergenrader and Darren Henderson on 23 and 24.
We're shuffling score sheets around here.
So looks like
Brandon and Rice. There we go.
so Hergen Raider is at 469, and trying to see the other ones updated before, and I'm sure they're going to get them. Dan's going to get them over here before.
We'll get the official total. But really not much
Yeah,
changed at
that's
the
not
top.
right.
277. Actually, that is right. 283.
No.
He was at plus. He was at plus 277, plus 6.
My bad.
Yeah.
My bad. Oh, that was Manini. Yeah, he had a bad first game.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, we'll get them updated here in a second. Dan will give us a. Also be able to keep track on the wins and losses. Just like that. So Doug Hergenrader, Brandon Leibel, Darren Henderson, Doug Code. Doug Code has jumped up from 6th to 4th. And Philip Rice has dropped down to 5th. Steve Points in 6th. Mark Pettit in 7th. Brian Manini in 8th. And he's even given us the scores for each of them. So, yeah, Dan's given us some good info here.
And like you said, whether we were broadcasting or not, so many of these bowlers are just straight up and in, down 10, regardless of the left or the right side, really. As we've got three
lefties. They're not going to hook it a whole lot. The only power player we really have, well, there's two power players, depending on how you want to define it, have two different types. Brian Manini, who he can finesse it, and he can also, jam it in there. But Darren Henderson, he's up and in. He'll keep it well, keep it pretty, in the pocket. And we already have rumblings of Brian Manini after his 2-0. So,
Right.
and he does not like 23 and 24. I guarantee when he found out he was going to be on that pair,
Starting right out there.
yeah, he wasn't too happy. So the winners.
So I guess the question I've got for you is, with so many of the bowlers bowling relatively similarly, how burred up are the lanes going to get quickly?
I don't think too much.
Since there is only two per,
Yeah.
there
Now
aren't
when
going to
we
be that many games bowled on them, but it seems like they're all tracking pretty close.
yeah it like we saw in the Masters at St. Joe, you're still going to have the transition, but I think it's going to be a slower, but eventually they'll kind of still get back to the top. But it depends. Like you see,
Brian throwing it way different line
Yeah.
than anybody else.
Brian Manini is deeper than basically anyone, and we'll get that back here in a second. Your four winners: Doug Henninger, Darren Henderson, Doug Code, and who was the other one?
Let's see, the winner, Mark Pettit.
Yeah, Mark Pettit. That's who it was. Okay, I'm just marking it down so I have the.
You bet. Meanwhile, Steve Points has started off with a triple, going straight down 10, up and in, and carries
Steve,
the 710.
Steve Points is the guy. If he gets into the groove,
Well, it's such a simple shot that if you can repeat it
he's
like
just
that.
he's just up the back of it, let the ball roll and set. He doesn't cover a whole lot of boards, and it's like you said, it's just simple. And how many times have you gotten to a tournament you're going, I just want to do that, but my hand won't
Doesn't
do
let you.
that.
You don't need to overthink it. I have bowled here once before, is all, and it was a fundraising event, and I proudly have a no-tap 300 bowling pin.
I'll take
that
them.
was given
Hey,
to
I
me.
bowled the BTM, the no pin, no tap, and I actually was proud of myself because I was going to throw my Zen U, and I didn't have the room like I thought I was going to. It was a real skinny pattern, and you had to get it right, but I didn't have the area down lane. I got smart and balled up and moved left. I'm like, okay, you want to hook? We'll hook. And I shot 300. I was proud of myself. I had one non-9 count in the last 2 games. So I got a check coming for a 300. It's what the
Hey,
heck.
why not?
But yeah, if you watch Brian Manini, and then we'll switch over to the right side and you can kind of see what those guys are doing. Manini is definitely further left than anybody.
Looks like he's throwing it across 15.
I think he's inside
18?
15. Yeah, I think he's inside 15 easy. And
Of the 3 lefties,
and
it
Doug
looks like
Code.
Doug's a little farther outside, playing it a little farther out.
Doug Code has a pin count left on the deck for a strike. Good Lord. Yeah, he's easily 20.
Yeah.
So that gives you an idea of where he is. And then we go to the right. You'll see Brandon Leibel, Darren Henderson, and you can see, kind of hard to see from the angle, but he's just looking right at 10. And he just jams it in there. That ball's about 3 years old. It's an electrify.
Wow.
He loves it. That's the only ball he threw yesterday. And I guess we're following arrows. So Steve Points has the front 5.
And he's throwing it straight down 10.
Right. And even though Brian Manini, we'll switch over to Steve Points with the front 5. But even though Brian Manini has a strike spare 4-bagger, if he can still sheet this out, that's still 80 over.
You bet.
That's
catching up.
would you rather go 230 and get the 30 bonus, or would you rather shoot 280 and still round that guy? So that's what makes this match play in the bonus pins interesting.
Can really make a difference again if you just go 6-1 or 6-2 or 7-1.
So we'll switch over here. If you can, kind of hard to see with Doug Hergenrader what he does on the left side.
He's got 109 in the 4th with a strikeout.
And
There he goes.
he's just not carrying a whole lot of boards. He
He's
strikes.
throwing it out a couple, but
yeah,
not
but
much.
he's covering more boards than Steve Points.
Yes. And Steve with another
but that's
strike.
and that's just what Steve does. He's simple. You don't have to carry. You don't have to cover boards. There's no
As
law
long
that
as you
says
get the
you have
carry
to.
at the end, you need to hit it hard at the end.
And then Doug Hergenrader, bowling Darren Henderson, is down with Darren Henderson with a strike spare 4-bagger. And we'll go back and see what Manini does, because this is the best match out of the 4.
Meanwhile, Hergenrader with another strike.
Yeah, whoops.
Wow. He's found his groove now.
Well,
Brian has.
He's, I don't know. I'll have to ask him. I wonder if, at some point you get up in age, your ball speed's going to slow down a little bit. They're starting to get a little toasty early. Brandon
Little bit.
Leibel.
He pulled that one a little bit.
I don't know if you know who Don Breeden is, up in Iowa.
Yes, I've seen him bowl a couple times.
Don Breeden, by the second game, was in Brian Manini territory by the second game, and that's not. Wow.
Automatic.
Smack. Now, what that does is that just puts the pressure on Steve going, you
It
know,
does.
if Steve goes 9 count.
One miss, he could lose 280 to 279.
Yeah. So this is a pretty good match going on here.
So
And also
points now bowling the 8th frame.
Darren Henderson. See what he does here. I was going to say it looked like he might have pulled it a little bit. It was hard to tell.
Oh, that was a little farther inside for Steve. Yeah, he got a trip. He did that in the 7th frame as well, just about 11 instead of 10.
A friend of mine in Omaha, J.J. Massney, has a pro shop called Trip 4.
There it is.
That's for the right-handers.
I like it, yeah.
So maybe we need to come
That's
over
the
to
Trip
lefty that
6.
says Trip 6 Pro Shop. We'll shout out to JJ, give him a light plug up there. Also, you have Richard Bode that has a. Ooh, Darren Henderson.
That's
going to hurt. He just missed a 4-pin. And I'm trying to see what the.
He's got 187 in the 8th.
Yep.
And meanwhile, Doug with 129 in the 5th, 159. So he could take control of the match here the next 2 games.
Yeah, he can go 279.
Now, Steve threw that one a little further outside, trying to adjust from his high shot, and he came in and
see what Doug Herdenreiter
out.
does here real quick, because he could go 279, and that takes another. I mean, not only a win, not only a big game, but another win if he does.
right in there.
I wonder if he's on that gold label again, like he was yesterday.
We have
Vanini
279 versus
279,
300 game
possibility. So what happens? This is what makes it interesting. If Manini can punch out in the 10th, he's going to force Steve Points to get the first one in the 10th.
Yes.
Even after he has the front 9.
So Manini coming up in the 10th now. Puts it out there, carries the 10 pin.
He's wiping his brow on that one. Hey, I guarantee you throw that shot in Baton Rouge, you are not getting that
coming
result.
back. It's not coming back from out there.
You're going 2-8-10, you're going washout, you're going something. Yeah,
Oh, there's a flat
Darren with
10.
a flat 10.
That's
And
pretty much
also
going to seal his deal for that.
Another good match. We'll get to it. Brandon Leibel and
5 pin
Philip Rice.
straight across the 7.
Yeah, and you could see the pinfall. That's
Manini
better.
in the 11th. Look out.
That ball set up just a pinch early, and yeah,
So
that's
that will
gonna
just
hurt.
force Steve to mark now.
So 269 possibility for Manini. Darren Henderson just with the flat 10. So he goes into.
Brandon Leibel just missed a 7 pin.
That doesn't happen very often either.
So Steve Points will come up in the 10th, just needing a mark to move on. With the front 9.
Oh,
little help.
I wish I could have gone that on air. Darren Henderson just threw a stone 9, and then something came off the wall and just chopped it down from the head of the pin.
Right in there.
So Steve Points with the win.
Front 10.
We'll go over here. Good match with Doug Code and Mark Petz. Brandon Leibel with the strike. Cody misses on
247.10. He came up very high on that front shot. So he has 173 in the 8th, and that is ahead. He still is leading his match. and a stoned 8
And Doug
pin.
Cody just goes stone 8.
There's points in the 11th at the front
Philip
10.
Rice is still just keeping it pretty simple.
Did not carry there. Little flat 10, or a flat 7 pin.
So look at a 289. So for Steve Points, and 289 is going to make that 319. Make that 18.
288.
That's going to take him up to 626. And Doug Hergenrader, but he'll still have the win. And Philip Rice just doing what Philip Rice does. Nice and easy, little up 10, little roll, and he splits the 5-7. He muscles it in for the win. So 216 for Darren Henderson.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to take him to 616.
Doug Hergenrader is going to end up 258 with a strike. Meanwhile, we still have a match on 17 and 18, not the highest scores at all.
Mark Pettit with a
Carries.
trip 4.
The 4.
Well, the winner of this one really needs it because the scores are not that high. That's where the 30 bonus are going to come in huge. Brandon Leibel in left lane gets his strike.
He struggled this game.
Yeah. And Hergenrader with the 9 count.
257.
So 257, that's going to give him 287.
Mark Pettit doesn't get the carry on the 7 pin.
That's going to get him up to 756. Hergenrader's just, not only is he has the big games for the win, but he's getting the bonus points with it.
So Mark Pettit finishes up with a 215. Doug Code comes up with 173 in the 8th and a spare in the 9th. So he needs a double here in the 10th. Comes up high.
That didn't work out well.
Struggled on the last couple shots there.
So Mark Pettit with, what was that, 215?
215, and he'll win the match. So plus 45. Will take him to plus 352. Brandon trying to salvage his game here. We'll still end up with a 217 with a strike here. But that's not going to be enough against Philip Rice. He's working on a 5-bagger.
And switch over here to Rice and Leibel. And Leibel strikes out, 217. Decent finish, but yeah, that's going to hurt. And now you're shooting 2 teams, 220s.
That's, yeah.
And that
Hurts
the
even
matches,
more when your opponents are getting 30 bonus pins.
And I'll tell you what, Philip Rice is not hitting them strong, but he's getting them down. So he's going to be in the 250s.
250s or 260s even. So Mark Pettit did end up beating Doug Code 215 to 212 in that match.
There he goes. And then Philip Rice goes, oh, really? I don't hit flush.
show ya.
Here, watch this. Hold my beer. Can you hold a beer on a Sunday morning?
I
mean, if you have
wouldn't say
communion,
why not.
I mean, if you have communion and wine, there's alcohol,
I'll have
right?
to look to see if the bar's open.
Yeah, that bar over there, it's not open, I don't think. But like I said, if you have communion, they're giving you wine.
Sure.
That's alcohol, so
Yeah.
I guess you can't hold.
Just a different color.
Hold my shot glass of wine for communion real quick.
$2.69.
So $2.69 for Philip Rice.
And he'll get 30 bonus pins on that, so
So Philip Rice gets his first win. Mark Pettit is 2-0. Not huge, but he's won his matches, but you still got to have the game with it. Steve Points will get his first win. Hergen Raider gets his second win. Brandon Leibel is 0-2. Darren Henderson is 1-1. Doug Code is 1-1. So it's interesting how all these. So real quick, to give an explanation, and this will be the last time we'll talk about it since I forgot to have the mic turned on. Something happened on the 5th and 6th. YouTube said we violated some terms, conditions, spams, deception, whatever. I don't know. It's bowling. I don't know how you do that. And they took our page down, so we made a new one. Well, what we're going to do next year, or I'm going to do next year, is we are going to broadcast directly into Facebook, and they still have the chat there. We're going to broadcast onto YouTube also, and also recording it on the computer, and then I will have an external hard drive and transfer all that stuff over there. So I have that backed. I will have it backed up 3 ways:
very technical.
YouTube, computer, and external hard drive. And I got a.
So you're saying people will be able to find you?
We'll be able to find it. And the thing I like about it, let's say that one of the bowlers want, a copy of their deal.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the file. Give me a hard drive. I'll swap it over. Done. It doesn't take that long. I have enough USB ports on this thing, that it works out pretty well. So we're going to switch back over and reset.
Moving to game 3.
Game 3. And it looks like Steve Points and Philip Rice on 17 and 18. Doug Hergen Raider and Mark Pettit on 19 and 20. And then Darren Henderson and Brian Manini on 21 and 22. And then Brandon Leibel and Doug Code on 23 and 24.
We
And
got an official updated
just like that.
standing sheet.
Doug Hergen Raider has a 120 pin lead on second place of Philip Rice at 556 over. Philip Rice at 436. 10 pins behind him is Steve Points at 426. 418, which is only 8 pins back, is Brandon Leibel. 2 pins behind him is Darren Henderson. And then you fall back to 64 pins to Mark Pettit, Brian Manini, and Doug Code. So
The 3 who are not above the cut line right now have some work to do.
And you see these little type, the SPR, and then
Look
seniors.
at that. Super seniors.
Two super seniors leading the field. Go figure, the old guys.
That gives me hope someday.
I have no hope.
Gives me hope.
I guess I wasn't going to bowl this summer, and on my Sunday league, a guy called me and says, hey, wife wants to bowl the trio league on Sunday for the summer.
A little casual
Do you want to
Sunday
bowl with
league.
this?
Yeah, nothing serious.
I don't like bowling in the summer because it gets so hot most places can't keep up with the heat and everything.
Right.
And I'm like, okay, I will. It's Sunday.
Breakdown.
Yeah, it's Sunday, and
Will you tend to play around a little more with your equipment then?
I do anyway. It's a Sunday night league anyway,
Yeah.
so I bring different equipment with me each year.
Right.
And somehow I still qualified second with the second highest
Really?
average in the house. I'm not sure how I did that because I will tell you what, the first half of the year, Oh yeah, well I can't get my phone. It's out there. But the first half of the year, yeah, we're shooting 560s, 570s, and I had no idea what I'm doing. So
Then you picked it up.
I did something. Not sure what I picked up, but I picked up something. Doug Hergenrader doing what Doug Hergenrader. God, can we have three? Now the man is on it. Dan gives us more paper than I know what to do with.
Hey, but it's got good stuff on
and
it.
it's a good problem to have.
It is.
So Doug Hergenrader goes 56-57. So that's 113 plus you add the 60. That's 100. That's 177.
That's a lot of pins.
That does not suck. And then you have Philip Rice. He goes 35-69. Only has one win. Steve Points goes 15-88, but he goes 118 pins just on that 288. So that works out well. Brandon Leibel goes 35-17, no wins. 56-16 for Darren Henderson with the win. And Mark Pettit he's 2-0, but he goes 21-15. You still got to have some games.
Though you get a couple really good games.
And then Brian Manini goes 269 and loses to the guy that shot the highest game. He has the second highest game he tied for the second highest game. Philip Price gets the win, but Brian Manini doesn't. And Doug Code hasn't quite gotten it going. He goes 28-12. So
this is more than just bowling 8 games today. You are bowling an opponent, it's just 1 or 2 pins.
Well, and then
as a win,
then you get your position round.
You're right.
That makes it interesting.
So while the top 5 are set for now, still some maneuvering within that.
And I will say this real quick: if you're interested in sponsoring the Northwest Missouri Seniors Tour, or know someone that is, have them get a hold of Dan Schmerbach, because this is what happens each month, and a lot of it's
somewhere in the region.
Oh yeah, and it's a lot of the same guys, and it's, to me.
Now the northernmost point is Omaha, and then west to Salina, Topeka. Yep.
I wouldn't mind going to Salina once. That's my stomping grounds, but it won't happen. But the furthest west is Topeka. We have a back-to-back Topeka and Lawrence. They'll go back-to-back in Omaha. The furthest south, Olathe East and Mission Bowl. Because Olathe East will have the trio and the singles. Yeah, they're doing a trios this year instead of a doubles. And we'll do Mission Bowl, so that's the furthest south.
And in between, there's St. Joseph and several others within the metro area here.
Yeah, St. Joe, Leavenworth. It's
circuit now in about its 5th year or so.
Yeah,
I would say about 5.
There's an average of 55 to 60. That bowl.
They are getting close to filling up every tournament.
Yeah,
Dan's done a real good job of building this.
Oh yeah, him and Scott Greiner had the idea, and they created it. And Greiner said, "Okay, I'm done. I'm going to Florida." Can't blame him. Nice down there. And Dan has just taken it and
he's run with it. And there's
done a great job.
There's an incredible bowling. I mean, the bowlers that we have.
Yeah.
In the region.
So we'll swap over here and take a look what's going on over here. Brian Manini has a double spare strike, and he's bowling Darren Henderson, who goes double spare. Doug Code on 23 and 24. As he walks
spare.
Up. No, he goes strike spare double.
Spare double, and he spare strike.
And then Brandon Leibel goes spare strike.
Yeah. And this game 3 of 8.
Yep, I
need match play.
In fact, I need to. Where's my game of? There we go. Boom, boom. How about that? Game 3 of 8. How about that?
Got it. I like it.
I'll tell you what. I used XSplit for what I was doing when I was doing high school football was great. I could do video commercials and everything, and it worked out great. I could just go boom, 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 and it ran and came back. But for what I need, OBS, money.
And just trying to
and they are improving every time, and it's a free program. So
trying to broadcast anything and direct it and produce it at the same time. A little bit of a challenge for anyone that knows anything about it. Trying to punch the buttons and talk at the same time.
And they keep it pretty simplified, so I like that. I can do this over here.
Looks like Pettit has moved inside a little more than where he was the first couple of games.
There we go. How's that? Look nice and clean, and
I like it.
Steve Points still at it.
Speaking of someone who's still at it is Doug Hergenrader, who's started this game 5 in a row.
This guy.
He'll come up.
Who is this guy? Who invited him to play?
It's a machine.
I believe he's still throwing the goal label. Last year he was throwing the wine hustle with a negative shift that it was suggested by Don Breeden. And I asked him this morning when he walked in, I said, let me guess what you're throwing. And he goes, a negative shifted gold label. I'm like, I can't throw negative shift stuff, even though it's symmetrical. And Mo Pinnell, God rest his soul, rest in peace, a genius, that came up with the best ball that I ever threw, which was the Ninja Pearl. Love that ball. That says shifting the CG does absolutely nothing. I don't know. Hey, the guy knows more than, there's still stuff in his brain more than I'll ever know. But it never worked for me. Doug Hergenrader throwing a symmetrical negative shift, and the ball sits down for him. And maybe I'm throwing it too hard.
Well, Doug's not throwing it too hard. That's
just because someone can throw a negative shift doesn't mean you can. So there's no absolute law on what works and doesn't work. So we'll keep it here for Hergenrader and see if he goes to front 7. And I'm trying to see what Pettit and Points are doing.
Pettit has 118 in the 5th. He's trying to clean up a 10-pin. And Steve Points 109 in the 5th. So Rice with a 9-pin lead.
Ooh, that ball peeled off. Hey, Doug.
Oh, Rice missed his spare.
Come here a second. How can you not slap out a 6-8? A trip 6-8. How do you not slap it?
That's that negative shifted stuff,
Yeah, but you
didn't. Negative shift. I just heard something about that.
Yeah, you didn't slap it out. I mean, come on. Yeah, negative shift, and that ball peeled off like it did. Go figure. Hey, you be quiet, Mr. Shorts and no sleeves guy.
He can miss and the ball will go right to the
Yeah. And we'll go over here to the get an update on the right side as Manini with his spare. And Manini can't catch a break with Darren Henderson 148 in the 6th with a spare in the 7th. Manini 106 in the 5th with a spare in the 6th.
So he's down 22.
Or no, check that. I had it backwards. Darren Henderson.
You're right. He's
Darren
down
Henderson.
22.
Yeah. He goes 126 in the 6th.
Hard to keep track of when they're shifting lanes on the score.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of this program. I think they could have. This is me. They need to have. I mean, you have this whole screen. Mm-hmm. If you're going to have this whole screen, you
might as well use some more of it.
The old Brunswicks, when the first Brunswicks came out, you could put all 10 and go 5 and 5.
5 and 5.
Hold on a second.
You could really see from a distance scores a lot better with the old Brunswicks. Hergenrader up in the 8th. Right in there again. He's got the front 8. Meanwhile, on 17 and 18, Steve Points took the lead on the bench and now has a double. 109 in the 5th and a double working.
Dan's going to go find out and see if they can. In fact, I'll go ask him real quick. Hold on.
He's trusting me alone at the microphone. How dangerous. And see Steve Points now. Little high. He's been throwing this game a little farther outside. He'd been on throwing toward 10 in the first couple games, but he had, so far this game, it looked like he was out to about 7 or so. That one pulled up high. He left a 6-pin. And he'll have 158 in the 7th if he picks that up.
She's going to see if they can switch it. Hergenrader.
Another strike. That's the
So he
front
goes
9.
57. What was it he went? He goes 56, 57, so he's already 113 over. With 60 bonus pins.
That's
I want to shoot 8.
going to be close to an 8.
I'm going to shoot 8 and get 100 extra pins. How about that?
Just for kicks, get the extra 90.
What the hey? She's going to see if they can do that. And she said it was Frameworks.
Got it.
Is what the original Brunswick they called it. So she understood what I was talking. She goes, that was an option then. I said, yeah, that was great. But you'd figure with the technology that they
would
have
be able
with
to
these.
shift to something.
Yeah. Oh, Pettit. Pettit goes, let's see, I'm 2-0. I don't have the big score.
Yeah.
I've got Doug Hergenrader.
Getting grinded
And he's
up.
going to throw 300 at me.
Yeah, right at you.
Freaking lefties. What do you do?
Rice recovered from his missed pin with a double and has retaken the lead. Actually, he's down by 1.
So over here on the right,
Against
Brandon
Steve Points.
Leibel on 24. He just about dripped the 8-10. Oh, hey, and I love Brandon Leibel. That's a great guy. I have to thank him for paying for my dinner. A bunch of us went out to 54th Street Grill and Bar, and I gave the guy my card, and he grabbed it for me. I'm like, you don't have to do it. He goes, no.
That'd be a first.
Yeah, he doesn't pay for much. I told him, I said he has to bowl well so I can say bad things about him.
I've got to be careful. He's got some stories about me. So I
And
better not say too
congratulations,
much.
he's getting inducted into the USBC Missouri Hall of Fame.
You bet. Yeah, and
In a
boy,
few
so
weeks.
deserving.
Yeah.
So deserving.
And then he goes down to Wichita at Seneca and bowls the state there
and wins.
and kills it. I'm like,
Yeah.
dude, what do you? He bowls into Missouri, but lives in
It's in Kansas,
Waukeena,
in
just
Waukeena.
over the
That's right. So St. Joe right across the river.
state line.
Holds primarily in
Henderson
St.
jams
Joseph
that one in.
leagues.
Well, let me get it here. I hit the wrong button. There we go.
Got a good match on 17 and 18. Steve
Well-
Points coming up in the 9th. He's 158
There
with
we
a spare
go.
up in the 7th with a
I
spare
was
in the
sitting the
8th.
wrong one. Good Lord, Raglan.
It's leading by 2. And he's throwing it a lot farther outside when he can come in, but not enough.
So Leibel with the spare will be able to go 214, which just isn't that big score that he needs. And it's already tight enough on the top 5.
Yes.
But
There can be a lot of shifting around there.
unless Mark Pettit throws a big game, which he isn't, Manini's
He's
not
not gonna
throwing his
fall.
big game.
Yep.
Right now, Brandon Leibel's in the spot where he can have that bad game
And get away with it.
and get away with it and still be in the top 5.
He's got enough
So,
cushion.
yeah, this is kind of separated to. We know who the 5 is going to be, so.
For now.
And then Doug Cody
Yeah,
just jams it
another.
right through the nose. Yep, switch over to Hergenrader.
That's the
As
front
he
10.
has the front 10. So 210 for Pettit. That's going to put him at 362. Manini goes 233. Or no, Henderson goes 233. And you can see their pinfall on to the right. We're going to leave it on Hergenrader with the front 10. Manini can punch out for 258. He got that one wide, and it came back. So that's going to be a win.
It's going to help.
Yep, that's going to be a win.
It didn't get the trip that time and came up high to 6-7.
So Henderson's going to be at 449.
Meanwhile, Steve Points tied in his match with a strike in the 10th.
See if Manini punches his out. Points with the strike. So if he strikes out, he goes 216.
Could be a tie. Well, 226. They can tie at 226.
Right.
Raider 287.
So that's going to give him 117. Put him at 673 over. And Manini goes 258, so give him 88 plus. So that's going to put him at 440.
Points rings a 7-pin, giving him a 225. That gives Rice just enough room, if he can strike out, to win by 1.
And Doug Code goes what was that, 209? Is that 209 for Doug? Okay.
Yes.
So Leibel needs to double to win his match.
Rice comes up light but gets the carry.
So Leibel gets his. He needs one more. And they're throwing the ball at the same time, which sucks.
Really does. You can't switch back and forth.
I would do split screen, but then you're resizing and everything,
Right.
and then you have to resize that. It's like, ah.
I'll keep track of Phil. You can keep track of Brandon. And they're both on the approach at the exact same time.
I thought she was. I think she's going to try to do that for us.
Nope. Phil comes up light.
And Leibel gets his double, so he's going to come up with the win.
Steve Points will get the win then against Phil.
And what did Points?
Steve had a 235. 225, I'm sorry.
Give him 55. 481 for Points. And was that 216?
216.
216 for Philip Rice. So that's going to put him at 452.
52.
Leibel with a punch out. He goes 214. So that's going to give him 44. 50, it's going to put him at 464. And Doug Code with the 209. That's going to put him at 358. So right now remains Doug Hergenrader as Steve Point moves up into second. And Brandon Leibel with his first win goes up from fourth to third. And
What's the gap between first and second now? It's got to be quite a bit.
637. Not quite 200. 190. 185.
Okay.
Man, 188 looks like.
Not bad to have a 200 pin lead.
Late, man. As they say, that does not suck.
No. So we're shifting now to game 4, match number 4 of 8, and we're getting the setup here.
So evidently they don't have the option of switching it over.
I don't think so.
She would have done it for us if there was an option. And that, hey, Brunswick, this is Brunswick stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it. Yes.
That needs to be an update, an update option. So now we're going to switch over, and where's Jack at? Hey, Jack. We got this.
Jack Leibel.
So we're going to switch this over, but you were telling me that we have a fan. Well, not necessarily we have a fan, but Brandon has a fan that I know. I guess really likes Brandon for some reason.
So, for some reason, I don't know what it is about him, but my nephew Walker, he's been a fan of bowling since he came out the womb, I guess, because of Papa Brandon.
He was already hooked. We couldn't separate him, right? It was just already done.
It was, they say it skips a generation, so I got skipped with the skill level of bowling.
Now, I remember when you were a junior bowler. I do remember those days.
It's been a while, but this is Papa Bull. That's what his nickname
Papa
is.
Bull.
Yeah.
And you're a pretty big fan of Dad, too.
Yeah.
Well, now that you've graduated from college,
Yep.
you've got nothing better to do than just follow your dad around.
Watch him around and carry his ball bags everywhere.
My goal in life is to watch Brandon Leibel.
Yeah.
I need to step up my life, I guess. I don't know. I love the guy, and like I mentioned, I appreciate him picking up the tab for my meal yesterday. But Papa Bull.
Yep.
I'm trying to.
So
You were telling us, he was telling a story about how he bought him a bowling shirt.
yeah, he's got his own jersey with his own name on it. He also loves, every time my dad gets up there and bowls, he pats his towel or pats his rosin bag. Walker started doing that too.
How old is he now?
He is 3, about to be 4.
Walker.
So
Is he going to be a two-hander?
I hope not. Not if Brandon has anything to say.
My grandson, yeah, he's a two-hander, but I don't have a problem with it, just as long as you're consistent with it and stuff.
I started switching to two-handed when I got to college, and he told me, he said, I don't care if you do it, just know I'm not going to be able to help you. He said, I don't got a clue.
I can help you with the hand position. The rest of that, we're going somewhere else.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to get you on there. Wanted to get Walker a shout out out there, and
I'm sure he loves it.
And if Walker's ever around when we're doing a broadcast, you got to bring Walker over.
Bring him over,
and we'll get Walker on.
We'll get him over. Here.
We got to get Walker on.
He'll be the talking of your life.
Hey, that's fine. Nobody wants to hear me talk anyway.
Appreciate you guys.
Hey, thank you.
Thanks,
Good seeing
Jack.
ya.
Jack Leibel, Brandon
Look
Leibel's
at the
son.
scoreboard.
Oh my!
Look at the scoreboards.
I like it. We can see. Nice. I like it.
They're now showing only 5 frames each at a time, but boy, you can see them.
And you can see it a lot better. I like that. Thank you. Be able to see it over here. You won't be able to see it as much, but you can tell a little bit of a difference. Now, if they could stack up and down, that's one
front
thing.
5,
but
second 5.
Hey, I'm not one to be.
Not too picky.
No, I'm not going to be too picky at all. So yeah, that's very much appreciative. That's going to,
Well, Jack, no, I remember when he was in junior bowling way back in the day. And he just graduated from Northwest Missouri, not Northwest, from Central Missouri State.
Do me a favor, go there and tell her a huge thanks for us. That's a lot helpful.
Jack just graduated. He's a mule from Central Missouri State, and I want to say it was sports management.
Jeez, yeah, he's going to be doing pretty well. So the standings right now, Doug Hergenrader at 673, Steve Points at 481. So we're looking at a 188 188 pin lead. Brandon Leibel with his smaller game,
He is not. Yeah, he did not.
he goes 214, but wins and goes up.
His first win of the day.
Yeah, with a 214. Philip Rice is second at 452. Darren Henderson at 449. Brian Manini now in the talk in sixth at 440. And then Mark Pettit at 362 and Doug Code at 350.
So do we have the gap between fifth and sixth now?
Fifth and sixth is 9 pins.
Okay. It's made up some ground.
And that's just the weird thing. You get that one game, and now you're into it. So we're going to go around and take a look at the matchup. So you have
On 17 and 18, we've got Darren Henderson and Doug Code. Then on 19 and 20, it is Brian Manini and Brandon Leibel, a battle of St. Joseph Bowlers.
Yep.
Steve Points and Doug Hergenrader on 21 and 22, and then on infamous 23 and 24, Philip Rice, and Mark Pettit.
need to take, if you can,
The super seniors.
Take a look at some of the. What's the highest score been on 23 and 24?
Let's see here.
I
Well, last match was 214-209, so that was nothing.
got a
Darren Henderson had a
221.
257
Okay.
on 24, I believe.
Yeah, it's kind of.
Yeah, those scores have on 23 and 24 have not been there. Doug Hergenrader had a big game on 23 and 24, the second game. It's at a 257, I believe.
God, look how big those numbers are. That's so much easier to read. Tell her a huge thanks for doing that. And she said she didn't know, so now she knows.
Now she
So,
knows.
Hey, I was going to say, with the technology and the programs,
They've got a lot of different ways they can show the scores.
like I said, it'd be nice if we could keep the top five or whatever, find out who has what, but I'm not going to argue about it. And Cody with the front four. So I see it switches over one frame, so
Just tracks along.
the only bad thing is
You can't tell
Being able to
before the
click it.
couple of frames to see
Right.
exactly how they got to where they are now.
and don't think I'm complaining. I'm just, making an observation. We can see the scores, so, if we add it up, we can figure out who has what.
Steve Points starts his match against Doug Hergenrader with a double, and as well as both of them have been bowling, this should be a pretty good match.
Yeah.
Ryan saw something he didn't like mid backswing.
Well, I don't know if what bugged him was on 11 and 12. I've done that before. I was bowling a regional in Raytown over at Old Laurel Lanes, and I was on 3 and 4, and we're getting ready to finish up, and I needed something. I can't remember to make the cut or make a check, one of the two. And I get ready to throw the ball, and I saw a ball go down 15 and 16, and
And that got you.
I'm like, what are you? Insufficient disc space, really?
Well, you're saving this tournament in 4 or 5 different ways.
Well, here, you know what? I can fix that.
Again, we're getting partway through game 4, match 4 of 8. Gladstone Bowl.
Boom.
Brandon Leibel against Brian Manini leaves a 4-pin. He's down by 9 in that match so far.
Here. I can finish the record now.
There you go.
Actually, you go ahead and keep carrying this.
Okay.
I'm going to go do something real quick.
Gotcha. Leibel with his spare. And it looks like the screen over the air is tracking the two matches to the right, 21, 22, 23, and 24, so we'll focus on them and just keep you updated on the others. Doug Hergenrader with another strike. Again, leading by almost 200 pins after 3 games of match play today with the carryover from yesterday. He did have a lead coming into today, but starting with 2 250s and a 289.
Mr. Jack Leibel is going to grab something for me. Yeah, so I just went ahead and cleared out all the old stuff I had on there. And,
Sure.
And it goes into the recycle bin anyway, so I can pull it back out later. So.
Well, you've just missed more strikes by Doug Hergenrader, so more of the same.
I'm gonna give you a line that will live in infamy in my head. So, good friend of mine, Mark Birkenbein, which 90% of the people here know. He was watching.
Wow.
Wow!
Look out, yeah.
I need to switch that one over, but
That was Brian Manini throwing
Brian
one
Manini just-
hard and outside.
he threw that thing to Liberty, and it's still waiting to come back. God, who was Mark? Mark was watching someone, I can't remember. And the guy shot like 878, whatever. Something like that for like 4 or 5, 6 games or something, I can't remember. And Mark said he walked up to him and said, that was the most boring display of repetitive motion I've ever seen in my life. Awesome, man. Thanks a lot.
Oh, Manini cleaned it up.
And he picks it up. I'd hoped the Shouty picked that up after he sent that thing.
That was...
So here's what I think I'm going to start doing.
What do you got?
Well, this is my external hard drive that I purchased. And of course, you have to format them.
Right. You're going to do that during the tournament.
Well, I'm just going to get everything ready.
Okay.
And then that way, as soon as the tournament is done, I can just go bang, bang, transfer it over, call it good.
That's a little better shot from Brian Manini there.
And you're going to hear some blings, which is okay.
In a battle of St. Joe on 19 and 20, Manini with 128 in the 6th and a strike in the 7th. Brandon with 99, Brandon Leibel 99 with a strike up, so he can take the lead. He's down by 9 right now, but can take a lead with a strike. Doug Hergenrader's maybe worst shot of the day comes in high.
Well, that wouldn't say much.
He hasn't had many of them. Here's Brandon Leibel for the lead.
Format.
Yes.
Fat 32. All right, we're good to go.
Hergenrader gets 3 of the 4 on that, so maybe his first open of the day, I would almost safely say.
No, is that possible? Can he really do that?
2 250s and a 289.
Oh, he's
You
toast.
can't have that many opens.
He's toast. He won't win anything else again today.
Leibel with a 1-pin lead makes it 11.
Brandon Leibel back in the hole.
And with Manini right below the cut line, these extra 30 pins would mean a lot. Even if he bowls a good game, he'd love those extra 30.
Is that the first time he's gone? Hergenrader's gone back-to-back non-strikes
Could be.
today.
It could be.
Well, when you're shooting 800,
You can't have too many
yeah.
non-strikes at all. Manini slams that one in.
Yeah, it was slow moving coming in. It kind of
It took its time.
Yeah, Brian kind of tilted his head a little bit like he was expecting it to come back a little bit harder. Oh, you see what Hergenrader's throwing? An axis-weighted blue hammer. Urethane blue hammer. Good Lord. He's been hanging around Braden too much.
I think we better check Doug Kodoy down here. He's in the 10th. He has, I want to say, a spare, and then the next 9.
Yeah, so he's going to go 290.
Potentially 290.
That would help him get back into the
He had some
realm of things.
room to go.
Can we have 7 to talk about? Or 7 in contention?
Gets the carry in
It's
the 11th.
amazing. It's amazing how you can go from just these 4 lanes and go from one, and then hit the first one on this one, and then
Just automatic after that,
yeah. Now he's going to go back to some tape.
For a fill ball here in the 12th.
And Leibel,
He is up by 11, I want to say, as he comes into the 9th. He's working on a 4-bagger.
slow rolling that inside.
Flat 10.
Just didn't quite get up the hill.
That gives Manini room to lock him out.
So 226 or 228 possibility for Leibel.
Manini can punch out for a 248. Fill ball for Doug Code. Comes up light, but still a 288. And like you said, he had been below the cut line coming into this match. But when you get a 288 and winning, getting the 30 bonus pins, that's plus 118 for one game.
476. That'll help a bunch.
Puts him right back in it.
I'll tell you what, there's a problem that Darren's going to have. I don't know if he's going to have. Geez.
6-8 out. I don't know if...
See, he still didn't slap a 6-8. Come on.
Brendan needs a good 10th frame here. Same flat 10
Yeah,
pin.
flat
Same
10. So he's
flat
going to
pin.
go 17 on the spare strike.
So Manini will just really need a mark. But he wants more than that, as he's got a chance to get into the top 5 now.
And Darren Henderson will go 205 on the strike. And that's going to put him in a tough situation. Tell you what, Mark Pettit, nothing flashy.
Nope.
He just... Hey, Randy, did you get enough for everyone over there?
So this smells
enough-
real. That's taco salad. It looks great.
Oh, their food here at Gladstone, pretty stout. I had the double decker BLT. Oh yeah.
With this taco salad, though, I could not eat the bowl. I'd have to.
You're
eat
supposed to. There was a place in Salina, and Darren goes 203. That's going to put him at 452. Oh, Mark Pettit trips out. The 7 on the 710. And
Brandon
we
with
come
the
back
217.
17. But that's not going to be enough for Mr. Leibel.
Manini's going to need a spare.
I think he's good for that because I'm going to write down Leibel for
Unless he
his 17
screams
pins.
one like he did in the 6th frame.
So 479.
He's looking for more than a spare, though, with this. He can
He wants a bunch.
punch out for a 248. Here's the 10th frame, and
Oh!
look at that.
Good night! It's the Blue Angels off the wall. Good Lord, that was pretty quick. But yeah, the food here at Gladstone, they treat. Oh, and by the way, they freshly flatten all their burgers
Oh,
before it even gets on the grill.
yep. Love it.
But what I was saying about Salina, they had a place called La Hacienda, and their taco salads, fresh.
I did not eat breakfast today, so you're not helping out.
Well,
Look at Steve Points here, though, now. Has a chance of giving Doug Hergenrader his first loss of the day. Straight up 10 and in and ringing 7-pin. So where's that going to put him at? 207 in the 8th with a spare here.
So
He'll finish in the 247 range. And he's locked him out.
Yeah,
244. So, yeah, he has locked Doug out.
That's either shoot 250 or you don't win. How about that?
Wow.
Brian Manini, 248. So that's going to give him 78 over. And that's going to put him at 518.
I believe so. Which means he just passed Brandon up.
And Philip,
214 to 246.
I missed on who had what. Who had the 14? Who had the 46? Can you go find out who had which one?
Steve Points with the strike and the count he needs to wrap up with a 247.
Okay, so
Gives
Pettit
him
had,
another win. He's 3-1 on the day.
So Pettit had the 14. So that's going to put him at 376. And then the 240, was that 248?
246.
246 for Rice. That's going to give him 76.
Does that make it 528?
Yeah, that's what I got.
All right.
And then we're looking at Points, and Points is going to have 247.
He's at 558 now is what I want to say. Which is going to tighten things up
Yep,
a little
558.
bit at the top, but Hergenrader with such a
He
big
had
cushion
185 pin lead. I mean,
gets a spare here.
so that's going to give him a 23 on the
His worst game
on
of the day.
strike. Yeah. So that's going to put him in the 690 area. So it knocked his lead down to 160 pins.
Losing 20 pins or so a game is not
He's
gonna
all
matter
right.
very much.
He's not in panic mode right now.
But I really think we're going to see some shuffling around here by that cut point.
Why did I not have that switched over? I apologize, people. Trying to write scores down and I forgot to switch the camera over. I apologize for that.
So Doug with his fill ball and a strike,
He's got
223.
23. Yep, that's going to put him at 696. So he's going to be 100 and
Going to see
158.
it's going to be real interesting around that
Something like that.
4th, 5th, and 6th and 7th.
So Doug Hergenrader at 696. I've got Steve Points at 558. Philip Rice is going to move up to third with 528. And then Brian Manini has cracked the top 5 at 518. Brandon Leibel at 479. Doug Code kind of knocking on the door at 476. Or no.
Yeah,
Yeah,
476.
476. Darren Henderson at 452. And then Mark Pettit at 376. If my Jethro Bodine deciphering skills
I'm within
are correct.
one or two of you either way on a couple of them. But that 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th.
I'm going to make a shout out here. Unsolicited, but thank you, Samsung, for the S25 Ultra. Because it saved us in St. Joe with the Wi-Fi. I
remember that.
have the deal where it's unlimited, but I have the mobile hotspot.
Well, you're taking up
Had
some
zero
bandwidth
problems.
with this broadcast.
Yeah. and it is sitting outside the door, and we're running off that. And I have, through the whole time been doing this, I have 0.0% dropped frames.
Wow.
And it still shows a excellent connection on 10,000 kilobits per second. So thank you, Samsung. And T-Mobile. I guess if you didn't have a good carrier, then I don't like overseas call centers anyway still. But anyway, that's beside the point.
Got a couple good matches brewing here as we go into Game 5.
Brian Manini, Doug Hergenrader. This will be
a fun
interesting.
one.
Yeah. And then Philip Rice and Doug Code is going to be on 19 and 20. And then
Looks like Darian Henderson and Mark Pettit.
Mark Pettit and then Steve Stone. Steve Stone. God.
Are you a Cubs guy?
Steve Points. You know, Steve Stone was okay, but Harry, someone had to guide Harry when it
Someone had, yes.
went off a little.
Yes.
You know, he started slobbering and everything.
WGN days.
But yeah, Steve Points and Brandon Leibel. Now, if you haven't seen what Brandon Leibel, he takes a chair and he has to put it at the end of the ball return. Thank you, sir.
He's got too many bowling balls.
Well, no, he that's where he puts his ball bag and everything.
Yeah.
So
That's
Doug
making a mess
Hergenrader
anyway.
at 696. Steve Points at 558. 30 pins below that is Philip Rice at 528. Brian Manini at 518. Brandon Leibel at the cut at 479. 3-pin difference out of the cut is Doug Code at 476. Darren Henderson, 16 points, or actually 24 points, pins behind that in 7th, and Mark Pettit at 376. So we have 7 of 8 to that have a shot right now.
So really start bringing the match play component into it, where you want to win your match and kind of start peeking at those one up and down in the standings to see how they're doing in their match.
Well, Doug Hergenrader is 3-1. Also Steve Points. And Philip Rice is, you know, I need to change. This is Game 5, right?
This is Game 5.
There. Game 5. I got that changed. I need to go back down to here.
You're talking about in the summer, bowling centers being a little chillier than usual with the air conditioning. I think they just clicked up the air in here a little bit.
I'm okay with it. Everyone wants to complain. Oh,
Let me get some warm
so hot."
coffee. I need some more warm coffee.
Yeah. And I've got my ice water right here, so I'm good.
As expected, the Hergenrader Manini match starting out. with
Three-bagger,
both of them
three-bagger.
Three-baggers.
We'll switch over.
Manini with an up arrow on the day so far as he
Mark
started
Pettit just threw a slammer.
off the pace.
I'll tell you what, if Pettit could bust out a couple big game or two. I mean, we're in Game 5, but
Still plenty of room, plenty of time.
And hey, we're in Game 5, so after this, there's only 2 more. So this thing's kind of going quick.
Are they bowling 8? So today 7 and then a final match
Yeah,
play?
7, then the
position round.
Position round. And Hergenrader does not trip out the 6-8 this time.
He had a couple of times today. Didn't get away with it that time.
He's flirting with destiny. Don't screw it up. Another good game is going to be Steve Point and Brandon Leibel, I believe.
What position was Steve in coming into this? Third?
He's second.
Second, yeah.
He's second, and Leibel is 3 pins in the cut for the stepladder. So now Darren just getting a handful on that one. Man, I'll tell you what.
He's found his groove.
I will tell you. I'll tell you something that I'm noticing. No one else obviously is as deep as Manini is. To me, he's playing the Tony Manna Jr. Deal where he's left. No one else is going to be there.
No one's going to mess with it.
And if he can just tweak his line enough, he's not going to have to move a whole lot.
Should not the rest of the way.
Because he's only going to bowl on the, the max he's going to bowl on a pair is twice. So
I think he found it after the first game. He was trying to do the more straight up and in. First game when he had a 206, but in the 3 games after that, 269, 258, 248.
So that means 238 on this one?
He's doubted at this point. I think it's going to be a little more.
Might be a little more in the front 6?
The front 6, yeah. Actually, front 5, it looks like. But like you said, he shouldn't need to adjust very much at all.
He's 20, if not a little bit further in. And I'm not going to go bug him and ask him right now. It's, God forbid, a reporter comes over and screws things up.
Again, the 3 lefties are throwing very similar lines. They're not used to adjusting. I know that. I can say that. I'm left-handed. What do you mean adjust? Adjust to what?
Where was it? I try to remember. There was a show, PBA show that had 5 lefties on it, and I know. It was a tournament, and it had Parker Bone, Jason Couch, and I keep thinking another lefty. But these guys were throwing inside 20. And Couch is like, I usually don't throw this, but I got a decent enough look. I'm like, well, yeah.
Steve points with 2 opens in a row. Down on 23 and 24. He just missed a 2-4-7. And Brandon coming up in third. He just has 2 spares so far. So again, 23 and 24, the tough pair. Philip Rice recovers from his open in the third with a double.
And Brandon does exactly what he needs to do after back-to-back opens. He wants to walk up there and...
Well, that was Steve with back.
No, but
taking
Brandon,
advantage of it. You bet. Yeah. Put some pressure on.
I was making a comment about Darren. He's thrown only 1 ball the whole tournament, and it's been that electrify. And he's right now he finds himself in 7th. He's 27 pins out. If he can get a big game. Oh. And I think that's the downfall for Manini. He has to make sure he doesn't just bail it right.
Yeah. He threw. When he's missed, he's been overthrowing it. I guess if there's such a thing for him.
And that 9 pin that set up a tick early for him, that was still a good shot.
So Manini with a spare 136 or 139 in the 6th with a spare up. He's leading by 15.
And points trips the 610.
He'll take it.
He has to. He's paid his money.
Oh. Godoy with a missed 7 pin.
Yeah, that thing just checked up on him. And Pettit. Pettit looks like Pettit's up with the front 5. Is that right?
I think he's got a spare in the first.
Well, maybe this is the big game he's needing.
Well, no, he does have the front 6.
Manini just sends another scout over for the 10 pin and points with a flat 10. There might be some transition going on the left side. Darren looks like he's kind of moved out a little bit closer to first arrow to get the ball to set up a little bit more.
Phil Rice getting back in his match with Godoy missing his single pin. He's got 3 in a row now and is back in it.
Oh,
How lucky is that?
Henderson scouted out the 4-7 on the split.
But not keeping pace with another strike puts him a little farther behind. Than
Yeah,
Mooney.
Henderson's kind of sending it a little bit more. He might have pulled that one a pinch and it got the hold on it. I think this is a big shot for Leibel. He
Can really take control of the match.
gets the blower on the 5. And see what Mark does here. Oh, wrap 10. Good ball. And right now he needs everything he can get. And Hergen Raider.
Leibel rings a 10 pin, breaking
Yeah,
up
pretty
the
solid.
string.
See if Manini gets a double here.
About put this away.
He's gonna cause a problem for
He's
the rest of them.
leading by 15. Actually, he's leading by more than 15.
Yeah, they did get that
Speaking
gust
by-
of air.
You can feel it now.
That thing blew
Okay.
in pretty harsh. I think they're trying to counter vortex of the front that's coming in with the storms they're supposed to be having.
They're talking about it tomorrow. And more your direction, I guess, in Kansas.
Hey, I'm headed to Orlando Friday afternoon for Memorial Day weekend, so I'm not too worried about it. Oh, that thing, believe it or not, that thing hit weak.
It did. He doesn't leave many weak
No,
10 pins.
there's not a lot of weakness in his release. Mark
So-
Pettit gets back on the strike train. Oh, Doug Code misses another.
That's his second
7.
one. Second miss in a row.
And found out something interesting about Doug Code. If Michael Jordan, LeBron James, and we'll say Magic Johnson walked into the room, he wouldn't know what they look like.
Really?
He does not watch sports.
Interesting.
It was just the way he was brought up, and he's just not that big
Just
of a
never
sports
got into
guy.
it.
And we were
Wow.
we were talking yesterday. Watch this. You want something funny?
Okay.
Hey, Jack,
Jack Leibel.
come here real quick. You want to see me get a rise out of Jack?
Oh boy, I know where you're going.
Hey, did you know that LeBron James ain't even a
here
top
we go.
25?
This guy. You know, when you grow up watching that generation, I get it.
No, you don't.
You gotta respect what LeBron has done. That's all I'm gonna say. There's a
I
boy-
respect.
Playing the age card on us.
No.
I respect the talent. I don't respect the way he plays the game. Enough said.
He's a pass-first guy, and he's got the most points ever. How's that work?
Yeah, Angel Reese
Not a
is
scorer, right?
Angel Reese is coming up to be the LeBron James flop
Okay,
queen of the
come on.
WNBA.
LeBron doesn't miss 15 shots and get his own rebound every game. That's what Angel Reese does.
Why don't you click back
okay.
to the
Well,
Manini Hergen rate?
Angel Reese can't make a technical foul free throw either, so if you want to go that route.
Click back to the match, other match. Jack just walked off.
Angel Reese, what a hack. What a hack.
Look what
job.
Doug Hergenrader did.
Doug, he's like,
When he's missed, he's been up high.
I have a 185 pin lead.
Yeah.
For the broadcast, we're going to make this interesting,
At the same time, though,
But-
Brian Manini's not too upset about it.
Yeah, and kind of watching Steve Point's reaction and what Cody's doing, that left side, it's hitting some transition.
Seeing a lot more flat corner pins.
Leibel gets
Another
back on the strike.
5-pin working. So Hergenrader, with a strike in the 10th, he can punch up a 202.
He got that negative shift back in line. Would a negative shift back in line be a positive shift?
Double negative? Yeah, I think so. But
Just
he will
curious.
not be looking too positively at this game that he needs another strike just to break 2.
I hope Braden's watching this. And Mark Pettit. Mark's got himself a...
That's the best match of this.
He's like, hey guys, I'm bowling. I'm here. Hey, Brandon Leibel with a carry. And 202 for Doug Hergenrader.
with one more strike, yeah.
I'm actually going to be able to bowl tonight. Good Lord. We're just buzzing right through this. Doug Code. And looks like he's going to try to punch out for 220.
That's after 2 single pin misses.
Yeah, imagine what that game could have been. Sounds like me at Baton Rouge. Talk about an atrocious spare game. Yeah, that's why the spare ball I had, I left in Baton Rouge in the trash. So 202.
But again, that's not going to hurt Doug at all.
698.
He is only 2 and 3 for the day in match play.
3 and 2.
3 and 2? Oh,
Three and
well,
two.
I missed one. You're right. I'm sorry. Yep. And Mark Pettit with another strike.
Hey guys, I'm bowling here. He's going to go 279. That 79 ain't going to hurt none.
Maybe.
He's
got a lot of room to go.
I'll get him up into the 5s. I'll make it, well, I need to get the sound like
And
a
in 5th
game
right now
on.
is Brandon Leibel, right?
Yep. And Manini just sent that one right again. Like you said, the big misses that he's made, he's just sent it right.
Lost it.
278. That's 108 in the plus. I'll put him 484.
Brings him back in the neighborhood.
Yep. It'll be a respectable neighborhood.
Phil Rice can strike out for a tie.
Hey, Mark. Hey, Mark. You were the bottom feeder for a while. Did you decide to go and say, hey, guys, I'm bowling too?
Yes, exactly right. I got some pins to make up.
You got a lot of pins to make up. But, hey, but a 278 is a
Couple more
good
of those.
start.
Start. Yes, 3 more.
3 more? There you go. Positive thinking. That's all it takes. So 214 for Doug Code.
Phil Rice can strike out for a tie. Pulled it
That
just a
didn't
little
look
bit.
good.
No.
So get Doug Code plus 44. And that's going to put him,
520.
yep.
Meanwhile, Manini did fill out for a 239.
So get him 69 on that one.
87. 587. So he's got the up arrow
203 for
over the
Philip
past couple
Rice.
games.
So that's going to put him at 531. So we got points and libel, and see what
Brandon's
Darren's still going to have a good game. So he's going to go 256.
256. Again, another 250 game that does not win the match.
So that's going to put him at 508. So see what Brandon in points does, and that's going to...
Leibel can pretty much clean this one up with a strike here. Yeah, he's going to win that match. He'll finish with a
And
258
this is going to
possibly.
help him out a bunch.
He needs it.
Yeah. And points being up there, points is still going to need if he strikes out, he's going to go 87.
And that's a 187.
Yeah. So
It's going to bring him back down to the pack. as he had been in second coming into this.
Yep. And he was, what, 80? 80 in the cut.
Could lose all that in one game.
Yeah, it's amazing how. There we go. I had to look over and make sure I had the camera on Leibel and them.
Steve just wants out of here.
Yep, so
for
big
this game.
So an 88 plus. Man, a flat 10, that transition, I'm telling you.
Yeah. Well, he had been
It's finally hitting that left side, so that's going to be 176 with a spare strike.
just not getting the carry he was the first couple of games. Bible 57.
And on the
257.
So get him 87 on that. 566.
That's it.
And points on the spare. And he's going to lose a. Is that the first sub 200?
It is the first sub 200 today from any bowler.
And look on what pair it is.
Yeah, not a surprise. Brandon figured out the magic of 23-24. But
Yeah, just don't bowl on the left side of it.
that's it.
Boy, that thing hurt. That thing hurt so bad, Steve
Carry.
Points might need to go get a shot after that. 176. Minus 24. So that's going to be 534.
It is. So that's going to drop him
So
to
Hergen
about
Raider.
the cut line, if not a little bit below.
So Hergen Raider is at 569. And Brian Manini all the way up to second at 587. Third is Steve Points at 534. Philip Rice is fourth at 531.
I think you.
No, I missed
Brandon.
I missed
up
Brandon
there,
at 566. So that's going to put him third. Fourth is going to be Steve Points. Philip Rice in fifth.
Well, where do you got Manini?
Yeah, Manini is
moved up.
second.
Yeah,
Or no.
I believe so.
I have Manini at
587.
second. Leibel at third. Points in fourth. Rice at fifth. And then Doug Code in sixth, and he is 11 out. Henderson is 508 at 7, so he is 23 out. And then Mark Pettit is 8th, and he's, he 50 under 50 pins. So if he can throw another big game,
Sure.
I mean, we got 8 in the mix.
Well, even with Brian, he was 60 off the pace, off the cut line after one or two games.
This wasn't looking
And now
good
he's
for the broadcast in the first 3 games.
It was looking pretty boring.
Yeah, it was like,
Things were kinda
okay, well, we
cut
have
dry.
the 5. Now, I made the mention. We know who the 5's going to
Right.
be, but it's amazing how everything's kind of started leveling out a little bit.
Manini's won 3 games in a row, and even the game he lost, he had a 269.
So
258, 248, 239.
So is it Brandon Leibel and Darren Henderson on 15 and 16? I believe Mark Pettit and Steve Points on 19 and 20. Doug Hergenrader and Philip Rice on 21 and 22, and then Brian Manini and Doug Code on 23 and 24. So now, Brian Manini on 23 and 24.
See how he can do.
Because Manini had 23 and 24
The
in
first game, it was a
first
2-0.
game. Yeah, so
2-0.
now you're just hoping you have enough transition enough to change it.
But no one's throwing his line anyway, so I don't know if there is going to be much.
Well, your transition's going to be down lane.
Right.
So
Which is about at some of the same spots some are coming
his
in.
fronts aren't going to change that much. And want to remind everyone, make sure you hit the chat. Love to hit the chat. Let us know you're watching, who you're rooting for, where you're at. comments, anything, suggestions, all open.
Say, who in the heck is this other guy with you?
Well, that's used to be Adam Van Zant. Now it's Alan Van Zant, now that I got it corrected. And we are at Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri for the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour. This is the round robin
Wrapping
match
up the
play.
year.
We are in, I need to change this, don't I? Get on top of it, Raglan. There we go. This is game 6.
Yeah, right now you've got just 26 pins between 4th and 7th.
And you're still looking, like I said, you're still looking under 50 for Mark Pettit. So if he can bust out another big game, anything's possible
Made up
here.
a lot of ground that last game.
And Doug Code is just knocking on the door to get in, but he's on 23 and 24 also. So that's kind of a interesting game. And now we have only 111 pin lead for Doug Bergenrader, excuse me, when he had 180 pin lead over 180 pin at one time. And Doug with the strike there. It's kind of interesting to see how this transition is going to hit on the left side. Now points comes up.
We saw what it did to Steve last game. He was not getting the carry. He
wasn't liking it, that's for sure. And Brian Manini starts off with the first 3. It would be interesting to see the topography on just these 8 lanes, and see what it is about 23 and 24.
what it is that's just a little different. Did not get the messenger.
It's that bad. I guarantee the words 23 and 24. You see, and he just pointed off to the left, like, what is so different that you can't do what the rest of them are doing?
How you doing with the air conditioning?
I'm all right. You're free. See, I'm not in shorts.
Well, yeah. It's May.
Yeah.
It's always like February in a bowling
Hey,
alley, though.
I need to go do short shopping so I get some decent shorts for Orlando. So I've already been told that it's going to be this. It's going. Yeah, I know it's going to be. It's Florida. They have now what we're going to have in August. I get that. And Pettit with the spare, his first frame, and he just gets the light 10.
Get a mixer.
Code just throws everything at the 10 pin. Bergenrader with the front 3 goes, yeah, I'm back. He goes, oh, my lead's only 111. Hold my communion shot glass real quick. That's what us kids called it, because when we go to
Little
communion,
shot.
they were super tiny.
You didn't get the goblet.
No, so we just call it the communion shot glass. Told the pastor that one time, and he could do nothing but laugh. He goes, all right, I'll give you that one. That was good.
Cut away with 4 in a row.
And I'm Lutheran, so we were the lazy Catholics.
Okay.
We didn't, yeah,
Not the whole thing. Not the whole show.
yeah.
Little tighter shot.
Yeah, I've had to go to a few funerals, some friends that were Catholic, and I've learned not to go to the rosary. That thing's long.
I was going to say,
It's long.
and
It's not-
weddings. Catholic weddings.
Weddings are okay.
Oh, he did it
Brian
again.
Manini. Yeah, he's 23, 24. He's not happy.
He just threw it out.
He doesn't even want to look at that pair anymore. See what Hergenrader does here, and we'll switch over
And
to.
he started at the front 3.
Well, yesterday Tony Manna Jr.'s in the top 8, and he goes trip 4, trip 4-9, trip 4, something like that. Makes a ball change, goes 2-4-5, 2-4-5, opens on both of them, and then goes split. Sheets out for like 220 or something.
But the damage has been done.
And yeah, he was done.
Steve's coming in a little tighter to try and get the carry. Steve points. A lot tighter, higher pocket shot, which is what I need to do when I lose some carry.
Let's see what Mark can do here. He needs Point starts off with a front 3, but he really needs to get something going here to
Keep the momentum going.
Yeah. He needed to back up that 78.
Well, his
There you
first
go.
4 were 220, 210, and then the 278 last game.
Yeah, he's got to back it up, and he's just liable with a good shot. And the problem with Manini, he goes 2-pin, but Doug Code already has the front. Was that the front 5?
Yes.
So, yeah, Cody's going to make a big push here. And Manini is 56 in the cut, but he still wants to get everything he can to.
Sure.
Because we only have 2 games left.
And that position round is going to really come into play.
It's
if they're
building up
see
to be
that
quite
tight
interesting.
right along the line.
Cody hit a patch, missed it. Either hit a patch oil down lane or he missed it. Points with the front 3.
Yeah, he threw that one in about 12 or so.
Yeah,
because he wasn't getting the carry anymore.
He's still trying to firm up a little bit and keep it in play.
Ooh.
And then Henderson goes 2-8-10. He's hitting a little bit of transition. He's not going to swing it. He's
stay committed.
So spin heavy that he can get it to the fronts, but it's trying to get the down lane reaction, get the mid lane read, but the down lane reaction. See what Points does here after the front 4.
Yep. Right there.
He's just firming it up.
That's how you recover from a 176.
Yeah, so he's actually kind of paralleled in, but using that friction to the left a little bit as a backup. And Code leaves 10-pin after the front 4, I believe.
At the front 5 and then 2 spares in a row
Front
now.
5.
He's got 158 in the 6th. Manini with 106 in the 5th and a spare up.
And
So he's
Pettit
down
with the
30
strike, so
pins.
he's trying to keep it going. He's got a string going. And Manini, yeah.
Shaking his head again.
Yeah.
He threw a better shot this time, just didn't get the carry.
And that makes it worse.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay, then when I do throw it well.
You're throwing it down, saying, okay, I got it.
I do believe Manini would be first in line if there was a petition to get rid of 23 and 24 at Gladstone Bowl. I think he would be first in line to sign it. Yeah, Manini's anything right now is bugging Manini.
So if you're Doug Hergenrader and you had this wide lead,
I don't want to give it up.
He doesn't want to give it up, but at the same time, his last 2.5 games have not been anything like his first 3 when he punched an 800.
Well, 56, 57, 87, then 2302. You know, it's
And this one,
either been all or nothing.
right, it's at 176 in the 8th
And,
on an open.
yeah, it's
Phil Rice trying
Phil
to take
Rice
advantage of
trips
it.
the 410.
I mean, even with that, that just gives him a lead of 7.
I mean, he's like, okay, finally.
Points back on lane 20. A little farther outside than the last couple have been, and it still carries.
That's where that little friction they've created is coming back into play for
Just
him now.
enough to carry. I was worried that would end up a little flat.
Brandon with the trip. He's got a 3-bagger.
Uh-oh. Phil not liking that shot at all.
Yeah, you can see Rice's reaction.
He pulled it.
Got lucky and broke up the split and leaves the 610. And Code leaves the 368.
Which brings Manini back into this match.
He needs any kind of help he can get. Points. Now has 7. And I'll tell you what, just hypothetically, if Points can cheat this one and Hergenrader, with Hergenrader and Manini struggling, he'd tighten up that top 4 real quick.
You bet.
And Leibel, you know, I mean, Leibel's 130 out.
But he's working on a real good game.
Yeah.
Even struggling, Hergenrader can punch out for a 236.
Yeah. That didn't help put it out any.
And Rice can finish up with a 239, so this is going to be a big 10th frame there.
Henderson just can opens the whole rack. And he's made a nice adjustment now.
Going to make Philip work for the 10th frame.
See if Manini can double here. I have a feeling if he doesn't strike, it's not going to be pretty.
There he
I'll
goes.
tell you what. I'll
Little
tell you
punch
what.
on that.
If that 10 did not carry, this was not. This place was not going to be in existence long. I just had that feeling. It was a big shot for Hergenrader. He needs this one big time.
You've got Mark Pettit on the screen now. He did not take advantage of his 278 last game. He's at 131 in the 6th with a spare
So
out,
he can punch out for 236.
which will
in
make
the
Philip
force.
need to double.
Yep. Manini
He can
can
finish up with a
strike out for
235.
yeah, 35. So that'll be a salvage for what it started out to be.
And Steve Points will be coming up on lane 20 with the front 7.
You can see Hergenrader's result on 21 coming up here.
236.
36 for Hergenrader. Flat,
Not get the
flat
carry.
7.
Yep.
79 is still going to be a nice recovery after the 170. Another vicious scout for Manini.
1 for Philip Rice. He'll need one more and an 8 count. There's one. Wow, that one came back.
Yeah.
That one did come back.
So 236 for Manini.
235.
Oh, my bad. Yep. So Doug Code,
We could have a tie.
yep.
He needs a strike to win here.
Spare-
Otherwise, spare strike would be a tie.
I'm sorry, did you say, you just going to use my paracord, huh? Just go ahead and use that, it's all right. You know where the power is.
Strike to win for Kodoy, and he comes up high. Oh, and it's an 8 count.
Yeah, it's going to be a
So a spare, it's a baby split there, isn't it? So we'll need to pick that up and
2-7.
get a strike for a tie. Meanwhile, on 17 and 18, Brandon Leibel with quite a string. He's
Yep.
got his match in control.
He's feeling a little bit better than he was before. And Rice through the nose. 37 to
He got
36.
the 8 he needed.
Yep. So 37. That's going to put him at 598.
98. Catches him 30 up. Those 30 bonus pins were big for him.
$744 for Hergenrader.
I got 34, but we'll see here. Was he at 698 coming in?
Yeah, my bad.
So a strike for a tie here for Doug Code. Does not get it. Comes up high. 235, 232, Manini over Kodoy.
$552 for Code. And
652, I believe, for Manini. And this wrapping up match 6 of 8 today.
oh, nice. Good place for it. 178.
Mark Pettit with a 195, just the second sub 200 game of the
Yeah.
day from anybody.
I put him at 486.
Well, actually, now we have 3 as Darren Henderson
Oh, yeah.
with his 178.
Pettit goes 195.
Steve trying to punch out for his 279.
And Leibel looks like he's going to go 69. Starting to get a little separation now.
A little bit. There's now going to be some
It was
shuffling
getting
between.
interesting for a second now, where it's kind of leveling off a little bit.
5th and 6th is going to stay pretty close, I
Yeah.
think.
As we run ahead into Game 7. So 65.
Probably, if he can get
Yeah.
2 of those 3. Brandon Leibel with another strike. And Brandon's kind of recovered from a slower start from the day. He
was that
started
6?
235, but then 217, 214, 217. And in the last game, he had a 257. This is going to be in the 269 range.
So 698 off the 64.
For Steve points.
And Leibel is going to go 9 count for 268. Am I reading? No, you're reading that right.
762 for Brandon.
64.
Oh, 4, yeah. Regardless, that puts him just
No, that's why I went wrong. So, Bergen Raider at 834, correct?
yes.
He's in first. Second is going to be Leibel.
At 764.
And then you have Steve Points.
Drops quite a bit to 620 or 728. Or
628.
628, yes.
Or 698,
There we go.
right?
94. Now Steve's in the 8s.
Yeah, 628, my bad. 628. What the hell did I do?
It's more than 628.
No, 94. It'd be 628. He's at 534.
So add almost 300.
No, I'm just going by the plus.
Right. Right.
You add 100. Add 94.
You're right. There we go. Yeah. Yeah.
694, 628. So that put Manini in third. My bad. Points stays in fourth. Philip Rice in fifth at 578. Code's in sixth. Henderson in seventh. So the only switch that we had was Leibel, or as Manini dropped to third, Leibel went up to fourth. Points stayed in fourth, and Rice stayed in fifth.
So here we are in the last of the round robin coming into game 7. We've got Manini and Rice on lanes 17 and 18. Then Kodoy and Hergenrader on 19 and 20.
And then you have Brandon Leibel, Mark Pettit on 21 and 22. Steve Points and Darren Henderson on 23 and 24. But the fact that Manini battled back and goes 235 on 23 and 24, that's pretty big.
It is.
If he's not happy by the way it happened, but if you walked up to Brian and
Just
said,
look
you're
at
going
the
to shoot
score.
35 on 23 and 24, hit it,
Take it and move on.
he'd have walked it in. And then he goes to 17 and 18 and opens up with the split. Oh, and then we have another taco salad over here.
Dueling taco salad.
It's the taco salad whores. Jeez, we have one over here, one over there. Get out of here. I ain't going to share my scores if you ain't sharing your taco salad. You want current score? Well, there you go.
Just have to read the chicken scratches.
Yeah. And just like that, there you go.
Ask and you'll receive.
Doug Hergenrader at 734. And now his lead has dwindled down to 60 pins. Brandon Leibel at 664, 652 for Brian Manini, 628 for Points. Philip Rice at 598. And then 46 off the cut is Doug Code, Darren Henderson at 486, and Mark Pettit at 479.
If you look at Kodoy's fill frame,
Koday.
he needed to strike to tie, which would have given him
That 15 to 18.
plus 18. Yeah, that would have been
The 18 would
Much
have
of
been
the difference.
68, would have been 30, knocked him to 30 pins.
I'm going to go warm up my coffee.
You can warm up.
It is cold.
I was going to say that coffee's probably an ice cube in it about now, isn't it?
Little frost on top.
So Code over there on the left leaves the paralyzing 5-pin. And Henderson at the 7-10. So it looks like 23 and 24 still will not be the most favorite pair in this house. Sometimes the sides, the end pairs aren't too shabby. So points with the double on 23 and 24, and Henderson with a spare and open. And Darren Henderson can honestly say he's thrown the same ball all 16 games. Sometimes that's good, sometimes it's bad. Manini back on it.
And that match between those two, Manini and Rice, will mean the most to the standings as far as match play and where they end up in the shuffle.
Well, and I think it's going to be interesting because Lyle's got to be looking over to see what Hergenrader's doing because he's only 60 out, or 70 out, excuse me.
Which is doable.
Yeah, so if
especially if they end up first and second for the last match.
So right now the biggest fan of Doug Code is Brandon Leibel, as long as Brandon can
something himself.
Can throw his big game.
And he started this game with an open, comes back with a strike. And on 23 and 24, Steve Points has started with 3 in a row.
And then as soon as we get done with this, we're going to have we'll have a quick turnaround for the position round.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to have to do some camera moving real quick, get everything set up for the stepladder finals. We'll have to move a couple cameras, but that won't take too terribly long. What the hey did I do? Wow. I didn't realize I did that.
What happened?
Somehow I turned off the lower third, but I have it locked. I didn't know I could turn it off if it was locked. Evidently, if it's locked, I can't move it. I thought if it was locked,
It'd still be there.
you can't remove it. Evidently, I was wrong because I didn't realize I hit it. Hergenrader with a...
Strike, spare, and a double to start off the match.
No, he goes strike, spare, open.
Open
Strike.
strike. Oh, I'm sorry.
And Leibel comes back with a double after his open. Oh, Code can't get the scout on the 7.
Mark Pettit going to make Brandon work for it. Those extra 30 pins.
Mark Pettit's getting a little bit of grief for his strike that he just threw. Darren Henderson was getting ready to throw his ball
Zing.
and then Pettit had his sloppy carry and he turns
back
around
off
and
the
goes,
approach after
"So
that."
you want me to throw a ball after that?" For Manini. Hey, he's getting back on it. Now, see, here's what throws me off. Also throws me off about this. I'm used to the score programs or whatever that throws
Right.
that score
Back and
onto
forth.
that side.
Yes. the arrows are just the arrows, regardless of
Yeah, and
the
it,
score stays on the same side.
and that sometimes that throws me. So that now you're looking for something else.
The score above the bowler may not be him.
Exactly.
Gets
Looks
the
like
carry.
he might have. I don't know. Looks like he might have got a little bit deeper and slowed the
Looks to
speed up
slowed
a
it
little
down.
bit.
That was definitely slower than some
Get the
of his
ball to
other
read.
shots. And right now he's got a lead in his match with Philip Rice.
Leibel snaps a 10 out. So he's running, I think, a 5-bagger, I believe, after his
After
open.
Yeah.
So this is the game that Leibel was needing. Now he's to the point now he's not even looking over
No.
at it to
What's
see
behind
what
him.
Doug's doing. He knows that he's taking care of business. Rice just left the 2-8-10, so that's going to hurt. Mark Pettit just spun the 5-pin off the deck. I believe that was the 5-pin. Hergenrader with a little bit of a run out for a double. I think he knows he's got to be.
He's keeping an eye out.
Yeah, he knows what Brandon's doing. He knows he needs everything he can get right now.
And again, this was a 180-pin lead over second place
Well,
just
he
a couple days
started-
ago.
Yeah, and he started his match play 3-0
And has not won since.
and hasn't won since. So, how big are those 30 pins? Everyone goes, that's just 30 pins. Yeah. Ask me how big those 30 pins are when you're in a regional and you miss five makeables,
Right.
and you miss a check by 20 pins.
Little farther outside.
Now
for the
he's
Hergenrader. That came in.
throwing the wine hustle negative shift. I can tell that one.
Rice had an open in the
And
sixth.
it looks
and
like he
comes
might
up
have
in the
moved left
seventh
a little bit.
with a miss. So Brian might be doing a little scoreboard watching himself here at Hergenrader.
I think right now he's just to the point where he's just getting everything he can.
Brandon with another
Brandon.
strike. Almost a pickup for Rice.
What was that? Bowling pop-pop? Is that what Jack said? Bowling pop-pop?
Papa. Was it Bon Papa?
Trying to remember. So Hergenrader with the spare.
So both Manini and Leibel up at the same time.
See what Manini does here.
Gets away.
He gets the slow kick on the 10.
So he keeps his string going. Leibel now on 22. A tighter shot,
Yeah.
and it's good.
See, I like it when they're like this. Now we can switch back and forth. Code with the strike. And if Code can keep the 30 pins from Hergenrader, that does nothing but help Brandon.
Big for both Brandon and Manini. Okay, that had a little more speed than the
Yep.
last.
I was going to say
Time
that
on the
one
left.
looked like that had juice a little bit and it couldn't quite finish up.
And we've kind of gotten away from Steve Points a little bit. He's on 23 and 24 and has, that looks like,
The front
the
six
front six.
again,
And gets
and
a little
gets the
tap
slap
on the seven.
7. Back over to Hergenrader.
And Points coming into this was not too far behind Manini for third.
And Points with the front 7.
pulled that one a little bit, but he needed that tight.
That's
Carry.
that little adjustment we talked about earlier. He's kind of throwing that frozen rope, but he's throwing it just enough where he can still get a little back end
If
read.
he doesn't
on
hit it up that high, he'll leave that
Yeah.
7-pin.
This is a kind of a big ball for Hergenrader. He needs to keep this going with Leibel doing what he's doing. That's the problem. I was talking to
That's it.
Hergenrader. That's what I get with negative shift. I can get to the pocket. I just can't.
Just doesn't do anything once it
I,
gets there.
I can't get that push to get through the pins the right way. Uh-oh.
Petted after a
Yeah.
strong start. 2 spares. So Brendan can pretty much lock up these 30 pins here with a couple more strikes. And Kodole can put it pretty good on Doug Hergenrader with a couple strikes here as well. Liable with the strike.
Kodak got on that one. It looks like he really got threw his hand on that one.
No doubt there.
Yeah, he took just enough off of it. And points. And he comes up light. I'm not sure if he missed with a hand or what, but that's the same leave that Kodak had on that pair last match.
Boy, Brendan, when he's throwing it well, you don't even hear the ball hit the lane.
No,
Just so smooth.
I hate him for that.
Ticks me off. I usually double bounce.
I've got another friend of mine, Nate, that lives down in Tulsa. He'll do that. He gets on it, never hear the ball hit the lane.
Yeah.
I'm like, God,
Yeah.
I hate you. Ooh, that ball.
Manini, yep.
That ball had some charge to it.
So he can wrap up with a 235. So it looks like our top 3 are going to win their
It's
matches.
going to be interesting.
Well, Hergenrader's still got a little bit of work to do yet.
Yeah, he's not.
Actually, he's down by 13.
And Leibel.
Big shot in the ninth for Kodoy.
Leibel can strike out for 79, so that's 109.
Plus
That's a
the
big
extra
swing.
30, yeah. Manini leaving a couple pins on the deck, but still gets
So
away with it.
35 would be 85.
Hergenrader here in the ninth. Punch out for only a 215. Little high.
And then he gets it
reaching
to finish.
For it, reaching
Just
for
a
it.
pinch, and it goes 6 pin.
So that puts him down to 204 for a maximum. We could see a new leader after this game.
Oh, yeah.
Manini with another
So
strike. gets us
235 gives him 85. That's going to give him 737.
Well, he gives him 65.
Yeah, my bad, 65. 717.
Yes.
And points. Strike out for 65.
Yes.
That'd be another 95 plus. That put him 4 pins behind Manini with the strike. Make it
264.
712.
Back-to-back 264s.
That doesn't hurt a cause at all.
No.
And Philip Rice is with the 9 count. He goes 160, so he's going to lose 40. That's going to put him at 558.
And positioning for this position round will be
It's
big.
interesting.
You want to be playing.
So Hergen Raider at 204. If he sheets out for the 204, that's only going to put him at 737. That's only going to give him a 20-pin lead. And that's if he strikes out. 94.
So this will be
94 would put him at 720. 728.
right. Let's see. Needs this one. Yep. So first, second, third is going to be a very slim margin. Be interesting to see between Manini and Leibel who finishes second that gets to bowl against Hergen Raider in match play.
And Henderson is going to go 193. That's going to put him at 477.
Meanwhile, Brandon finished with his 267.
Pettit with his 226, going to put him at 505. 268.
I think we have a new leader.
Yep, 762. He came back. He was not liking life for a little bit.
No. Another flat 10-pin from Kodai. But he just needs a spare and count, and he will beat Hergen Raider.
Yep. So that 34
to 38. I think we have a new leader.
Oh yeah, we definitely do.
Okay, he picks that up, so now Kodai just needing count
And that
to win that
38,
match.
that would put him at 590. And that 590 would put him in the cut. That would drop Philip Rice out.
And Rice just with a 160 last game. Mm-hmm. What a killer.
Not too many sub deuces today.
So we've got very tight at the top
Why?
and very tight at the cut line.
There we go. Sorry about that. On the 9
Kodai with a
count,
strike.
gives him 207.
I'm sorry.
.589, so Brandon Leibel at 768. Hergen Raider at 730 or 762. The 738 for Hergen Raider. Manini at third with 717. Steve Points fourth at 712. Dokode at fifth at 589. Philip Rice sixth at 558. Mark Pettit in seventh at 505. And then Darren Henderson at 477.
All right.
So
This is going to be an excellent position round. You've got the top yet to be decided. You've got
yeah.
the cut line yet to be decided.
So the last three, Brandon goes 257, 268, 267. So, yeah, it's been a game
Sounds
of
very close to an 8
game
to
of
me.
strings. And then you look at Hergen Raider, he goes 800 the first three.
And has
then he
nothing
goes
since
23, 02, 36, and 04.
Yeah.
It's just that,
We were talking with him with almost 190 pin lead on second place.
yeah, he
After
was
a couple here.
just, between 185 and 190.
And it's all gone.
Like I
And then
said,
some.
how big are those 30 pins now?
Well, You look, Brandon's won 4 of his last 5 after losing the first 2. And that's an extra 120 pins right there, winning your matches.
Now, Leibel goes 57-68, which is
25.
125,
So he's at a 790.
790. All right, so here you go, fresh off the
Dan making the announcements
fresh
right
off
there.
of it. On the lead, Brandon Leibel, 762. Doug Hergenrader, 738, 722 for points. So I screwed up somewhere around there somewhere,
Yeah,
which is not uncommon.
722, and then down
717
17.
for Manini. Doug Code at 589. Philip Rice at 558. Mark Pettit, 505. And Darren Henderson at 479.
So the top 4 are pretty much locked into the top 4, just a question of where.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be a fight for 5th, and that will be
Between
pretty much a
Philip
match
Rice
play.
and Doug Code.
Whoever wins that game
Yeah.
is going to finish 5th.
So
In all
Brandon and
likelihood.
Hergenrader on 21, or no, where are they moving them? Oh, they're going to be on 19 and 20.
Yep. Points then with Manini. Well, no, they are moving them a little bit.
Trying to see where they're 21 and
They're-
22.
They're doing something different.
Yep, 21, 22.
I think they're in reverse order.
No, they're doing
Oh,
here, here,
got
here,
it.
here.
Yep.
So Doug Code and Philip Rice is on 23 and 24. And then Pettit and Henderson are on 17 and 18.
So it looks like that match play between Steve and Manini, Steve Points and Brad Manini, whoever wins that will have a shot at moving up to potentially first.
And there's no practice. They just get going.
This is really just game 8. But this one carrying a little more importance, because it is the last game and because who they're playing. Leibel starts
And I'll
out
tell you
with
what,
strike.
Leibel he's getting more and more better at his speed manipulation.
Yes, I've noticed
can-
that over
And
quite some
you know,
time.
and he's keeping it in the oil and keeping it in play.
Godoy stuck at the lane a little bit, it looked like.
And Hergenrader just got done bowling on 19 and 20.
Gets back to back.
So a little slight advantage to Hergenrader.
Except
Manini with the push.
he only had a 204 last game, though, so I don't know if he wanted to stay there.
But he finished strong.
Yes.
He struck out in the 10th, so you're kind of wondering if he found something. So it's kind of interesting if he had to choose, if he'd wanted to bowl on that pair. And he opens up with the double.
And again, Leibel with a 24-pin lead, so should he win, the worst he could end up is second,
Yep.
depending on what happens between Steve Points and Manini in third, fourth place.
So the main ones we're watching, and we want to watch Code and Rice,
For fifth,
but this is going to be the interesting one to find out how they're going to settle up. That one
He
jumped
did
on
not
him a little
like
bit.
that when he got to go.
No.
His balance was a little odd at the end of the line.
And points with the strike. And it's kind of interesting with Leibel, with the difference only being 54 pins.
You can fall from first to fourth pretty easy.
Yeah. Depending, but if these scores, if the scores between Points and Manini don't go very high,
Right.
Leibel can still lose, but he can only lose
Go to third or
by 10 pins.
yes. Yeah, he could
Not
feasibly
that-
stay in first.
Yeah, not
He's
that
got
that's
just
the
enough.
plan, but he still needs to, you know, he's
Or
just
he's,
the point.
he's up by 24 is all right.
No, you're correct.
Yeah.
My bad.
So whoever wins this
Is going to be the tournament leader.
probably will finish no worse than second, depending on unless Manini and Points, the winner of that match,
Have a massive, huge game. But if you take a look at what Steve Points has been doing his last two games, goes 64-64.
he's got that up arrow and he's started with a spare and 2 strikes. Manini in the third now with a double. And a triple.
And a flush.
Over the past 3 games or so, it's been Manini, Points, and Leibel who have certainly bowled the best.
And Code gets his strike also, but like I said, you got to wonder, did Doug find something out that 10th frame last game,
Right.
and then being able to bowl on 19 and 20 again from the round robin? You know, some people would say, well, that's just not fair. Well, sometimes that's just the way it
It
works
just
out.
happened.
It's not that it was planned. I mean, it's already predetermined on which. And Brian got away with that one. The only big mistake Brian has done. Mm-hmm. He has to remember Liberty is that way, but he doesn't
That's
have to
right.
throw it to Liberty.
No, to come back.
Yeah, it's just leave it alone.
When he has missed, he's thrown it too far outside.
Yeah, he's just directed it left.
There you go. Ergen Raider with the first 4. So Ergen Raider with 4, Manini with 4, Steve Points a spare and a double.
And Doug Code has a spare strike, and then the spare. Philip Rice has the open and spare. Point spare with a double. Now he has a 3-bagger. So yeah, these two, even if these two would shoot 260, 270, this is where it gets interesting. And Leibel gets to carry there. And Points on the front 3. Or no, excuse me, has a spare and a 3-bagger.
Gets another lighter hit.
He didn't post that shot like
No.
normal. He kind of came off of it a little bit. That looks better.
Oh boy.
Wow. You gotta wonder if there's a little bit of a nice job by Pettit on the spare.
Look at that.
His carry percentage, as long as he is not on 23 and 24 and he doesn't sail it to Liberty.
And it's a strike. And
Yeah,
oh boy, big pickup there for
And, yeah,
Leibel.
Leibel with the spare on that,
4-9.
missed it.
Really needed that. Because feasibly he could fall from first to fourth.
Oh, yeah. but he saved himself with the spare. But he's gonna have to make a move or something.
Just a little high.
It jumped just a pinch.
Didn't look like he
Made a motion like he might have grabbed
he-
it or something.
He pulled it a little bit. I think that was a little inside from where he wanted to throw it. Ooh, Bergen Raider packing a 9-pin after the front 4. So you're on the shot for a battle for 5th between Kodoy and Rice. Kodoy on a strike, now a double. 60 in the 3rd with a double. He's ahead by 21, it looks like.
Yeah, right now Hergen.
Boy, and you missed that shot.
Brandon-
He just
Oh,
pounded
no,
it.
I saw it. He paralyzed it, but he definitely found some. And the thing is, 19 and 20 is the
Is that where we're going to finish it at that?
that's the step ladder pair.
Steve
So
White's with another strike. Rice will need to get back with a couple strikes here.
yeah, he
Kodoy could run away with
he
it.
definitely needs a little bit of help.
A little farther outside.
Now he's
A little farther outside. There.
Doug is back into his happy place with the wine UDOT negative shift. That's the one he made the money with last. I think it was the regular tournament here to start the season, or the first time we were here. Because Shaw ended up winning the tournament last year, i.e. another lefty.
Philip Rice back on it again with a strike. Soft release from Brandon. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Yeah.
It looks like he might have got just a pinch deeper and let it get through the fronts. Just a little bit better.
Sets it down so nice and smooth.
Pettit says, I'm not going to be anchor man. Pettit's bowled pretty solidly. Nothing huge outside of the 270. But,
Right. Right in the 2 teens-ish most of the time.
yeah, Pettit's games, where's he at? 46, 31, 20, 16, 54, 53, 15, and 21 yesterday.
Oh, okay, yesterday, yeah.
Nothing absolutely huge, but consistent.
Pretty smooth.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Leibel walks up with a
Strike
double.
to
So
stay in the match there.
he says, I'm still in the game. Oh, mixer with, he might have juiced that one just and you can almost tell what Brian did. Either his speed is so particular right now.
Any little bit extra, he's paid for.
Especially
Meanwhile,
with-
he's tied. Tied with
Especially
Steve.
especially with as deep as he is.
Bergen Raider a little farther inside
Yeah.
than he threw the last couple.
That's what Brandon really needed.
Got a match again there.
So he can give the spare and the 6 at 49.
Leibel will be at 24, so 25 down, but he'll be on a strike.
Yeah. So right now he's just thinking if Doug can go without not strike the next frame, Leibel's really got to be feeling good.
Except Manini keeps striking here. The loser of that match between Bergen Raider and Leibel fall to 3rd.
Yeah, well, this is when the quick math skills come into play.
most likely the loser of Manini points will end up in fourth.
Yeah, definitely.
They just will not have enough to catch the loser of Leibel Hergenrader. Points with another strike.
Well, unless something happens to Doug and kind of falters a little
Yeah.
bit.
Or if Brandon falls a little bit.
Yeah. This is a big ball right here for Hergenrader.
Gets it.
Yeah.
Back on it. And Kodoy can pretty much lock up fifth place here.
So a 220, 229 pace for Hergenrader.
You still have a potential of 279 for
240.
points.
240 if
And it's 69 for Manini. Nope, not quite the finish. Over the last couple games, his best shots have been really high and tight.
yeah. That's when he gets that frozen rope in there. Leibel really looking to put the pressure, trying to put as much pressure on Hergenrader if he can. And points on the spare.
He's 10 pins down now. Manini can lock him out here if he strikes out. And Kodoy with another strike. Doug Kodoy. He is going to win his match against Philip Rice,
Yeah.
and finish
He's
fifth.
going to keep himself in the top
In the-
five.
Look out. Little high for Brandon.
That might be the ending. He didn't like that off his
No.
hand at all. He got that
No.
one out quick. He got it out quick, but it might have got a bit soft with it.
I think we've got our top five set right now unless something weird happens.
And it read that friction pretty harsh.
Hergenrader with a comfortable lead over Leibel.
So 231 on the spare for Leibel.
He can finish with a 223 if he strikes out.
Yeah, my bad, 223.
Hergenrader at a 229 pace, so he just needs to stay clean.
So 249. 249 for Steve Points. 244 for Manini. Where'd my mic go? There it goes. Well, come on.
Manini needs to get a double at least
Where
here in
am I?
the 10th to put some pressure on.
All of a sudden my mic left.
Uh-oh. Here's his first shot in the 10th, and it is in there. So that puts him in at least the 230s.
Where'd my mic go?
I think I was here.
My mic left
Yeah,
me.
we got you. I got you.
My mic left me.
Nope, I can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yeah,
Oh.
it's the short in the headphones. That was mine.
Oh.
Big frame here in the 11th. for
There we
Manini.
go. All right. I think I
can-
know what it is. Sorry about that.
He needs a strike to force points to double in the 10th. Meanwhile, Hergenrader with another strike in the 10th. So after having a almost 190 pin lead midway through, and
He's going
then
to salvage the lead.
losing it all and then some. Look out. Okay. So that'll be a 234. So now Steve Points just needs a mark. So for kind of sleepwalking his way through games 4, 5, 6, and 7, Doug Hergenrader is going to finish up here strong and end up the top seed for stepladder. Leibel We'll need to do a little something here in the 10th, I think, to keep second.
Cody's going to finish pretty strong.
Yeah, he's got 5th.
Finish out 59 with the spare.
59, yeah. Bergen Raider, meanwhile, with a 258.
I got him 826.
26.
And points with the split. That's going to,
And you know,
that just
cost him.
yeah, it did.
He needed a spare. All
So
he needed was a spare.
So Manini's going to go 64.
Less points can pick this up.
Yeah, no.
Not a 4
I
6
like
10
it,
day.
but no. $781 for Manini.
Ooh, he came close.
Ooh,
He did come pretty close.
Gave it a shot.
So 225.
747.
Yep.
Is that 258 for Kode?
Yes. Yes.
$677 for Kode. Libel with the strike. So he can go 213.
223 is what he can finish up with, and he'll need most of that to,
Yeah, 20. My
to
math.
just,
What am
just
I
get by
looking
Manini.
at?
So he is going to hold on to second place,
Yeah,
it looks like.
luckily.
Not by much.
No. And we'll have to get
He needed
the
this
cameras
double in the
moved
10th.
over real quick, here in a few.
So 222.
Up.
No.
Yeah. 223.
80,
It's
23.
yeah. I got it. So 223. I got it.
So he
I got it.
will hold on to second place, but looks like 5 pins over Manini.
So 785 or so 826 for Doug Hergenrader.
785
for Manini.
Then down to
I mean for
Leibel.
Leibel.
Then 780.
781 for Brian Manini. Steve Points at 747. And Doug Kode at 677. So give me a little bit. I'm going to do some changing with the.
I'll take a quick break because I need to take a quick break also.
In fact, you know what? I'm going to give you some music. How about some music here?
Time for an interlude.
There you go.
Match play coming up.
Hey, by the way, don't get dizzy with the cameras because we're moving a bunch of stuff.
can't think of the way through. Oh, serious again? Yeah.
As we finally have our top five, and Alan, go ahead and
Sure.
go through everything.
Well, it was pretty much as we said it would be. Doug Hergenrader finishing in first place through the 8 match play games today as I get a coat draped over me because it is so cold in here. But he finished first, Brandon Leibel in second, Brian Manini in third, Steve Points in fourth, Doug Coday in fifth. And so it will be Doug Codoy and Steve Points in the first match of stepladder. They are wrapping up their warm-up shots right now. And warm-up, I think the key words here. Are you getting a little chilly now?
It's not
No?
that cold.
It is
not
cold in here.
cold. Hey, I think January and February with all the snow and everything, where I got to work 8 days out of the whole 2 months, I think. So, we'll say there's a little nip in the air, if that sounds any better. Not only is he a lefty, but he's a coffee drinker.
I was going to
too.
use my coffee cup as a microphone. I picked that up. It's so cold.
Good luck on that. And we'll get the scores up here in a second as soon as they get the
Am I
scores
right
up.
in that this wraps up the year?
This wraps
For the
up the
tour?
year. Yes, it does.
Another successful year.
Yeah, and it's been another good one. It's always fun. And real quick, a huge thanks to all the sponsors. We got to mention those before we forget. Gladstone Bowl, the title sponsor for the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour, as they host the grand finale and everything else. Also, Renewal by Anderson. Rafe Terry's done a great job getting them on board to help the sponsorship. Also, Ironworks, that you'll see them flashing across the screen. Lisa Finley with Finley Shelter Insurance. Lisa Finley does a great job with that. Finley Transport. Joey does a great job with that. They're huge on sponsoring the tournament. Also Visionary, with their help. Also Storm, Rotagrip, 900 Global. I Am Bowling with their shirts, great shirts all the time, and also OK Trophy out of St. Joe. So it takes a village.
That's a pretty big village.
It works, and if you're interested, get a hold of Dan. He can find something for you.
But he put another banner up.
Another banner. That's all we need is another banner. And I'm going to be making some phone calls and see if I can add a little bit more onto it. And I'm going to add another plug. I'm going to add another plug. Thank God for Samsung and T-Mobile.
Just the wires, the networking, the amount of bandwidth that this takes up.
Thank goodness for that, because I upgraded to the Samsung S25 Ultra, and we've been using the mobile hotspot for this because just AT&T doesn't have the push that they need. And
well, just as the tournament has evolved over the past 5 years, or the tour, your broadcast of the tour has evolved. You've got 2 cameras now.
I've had 2 cameras. It's just
in figuring out where to put them,
and everything,
and with a switcher too.
There's still, I'm working on a different switcher. I have a dongle that I'm using for the cameras. It doesn't work bad for motion, but there's still a few frames that it misses. But for what I have now, it's okay. I'm going to look for another switcher, and just like a 3-button or whatever, I can just push and hit it. But all right, now we can try to get these. Hold on real quick.
I think we're getting ready to start here. Again, this is the first match of stepladder. Doug Kodoy, who finished 5th, Steve Points, who finished 4th, and they're getting the scoring situated. We'll see who decides to start and on what lane. Dan Schirmbach giving the thumbs up and a good luck. And it looks like Doug Kodoy rather will start first on the
My kids, I can't tell my kids and my grandkids. I was telling Van Zandt he only get camera time for that farmer's thing makes He had an RFK. It's a You're not gonna figure anything out. Stay loose.
You know what? I did. Sorry about that. So everything we're saying, I didn't check, and I do apologize. Rufus, I took a look, and Rufus reminded me it sounds like we had audio coming from the camera.
Oh,
And I did, and when I re-added it, because I had to delete it and re-add it, and I forgot to shut off the audio. So thank you for Rufus on that.
it's a little extra nat sound.
Oh God,
And I bumped again.
it sounds horrid. So thank you for Rufus for doing that, because I wouldn't have checked and I totally forgot. I get everything we said beforehand really didn't get talked about, but we'll kind of rehash everything. Stu Points, nice tournament, finishes off 194, and Doug Code is going to move on after the 8 games yesterday and the 8 games round robin today.
And he's not done yet.
No, and here's my question about what we had. Doug Hergenrader had the 800.
First 3 games today had 800.
3-0, and then he goes 0-3. And what did he do the last? He won the. I think he went the next 0-4.
He went 0-4.
And then won the last one to pull back into the lead. Made a ball change where he went from go label negative shift to a wine hustle negative shift. We could see that when he was bowling Brandon, or the match before he was on 19 and 20, where he was kind of trying to fish around, trying to find something where he's going either, week 7, leaving a 6-pin or something. Then he struck out in the 10th on match 7.
In game 7.
Comes up in game 8
on the same pair.
and is like, okay, he found it. So how much difference between Doug and Steve
What's going to happen here in these 3 matches before he gets to come back
when
again?
he gets back, if he's going to find something? Then we go to Brian Manini, who is the only one that's been anywhere looking at 20, and he's been up and down, mostly down on 23 and 24.
He's bowled on this pair twice today, and he had a 248 in game 4. He had a 234 in game 8, so he's had a little bit of success on this pair. Much better than the aforementioned 23 and 24 that he didn't like very much. And they have started.
No, he's doing practice
Oh,
right
okay,
now.
they just haven't cleared out the score.
And once
Got it.
again,
I
I'll
was
just say
thought they
that-
get 2 balls each on each lane.
Yeah, and once again, I want to say thanks to Rufus for mentioning that I forgot to turn the sound off of the camera mic and kind of screwed that up, but at least we got it. Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it. I looked over here, and Rufus had told me, and when I re-added, I forgot to turn it off. So, yeah, thanks for everyone on that, and that's why we like to chat. If it would have been later, so I apologize. And that's the only thing. That's the only bad thing about HDMI, is that when you bring it up, it'll throw the audio into it too. Now, granted, it's crisp and clean and everything, but
All that
If I
bowling
don't-
alley sound.
if I don't want sound through the camera,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's on me. I take the hit on that.
Well,
But thanks to Rufus for letting me know about that, and I caught that just in time.
through Manini's practice shots here, he looks pretty locked in.
Well, and it looks like he's gone a little bit deeper, and I'm not sure what he's brought out to throw. But like I said earlier, Brunswick and Hammer, predominantly out of those two, they've come out with some pretty good equipment. Track has some, the Theorem, and there's another one. that a lot of people seem to like a lot. I didn't see what Doug shot his last game.
He was in the 260s, I want to say.
Yeah, I was going to write it down, but I forgot to.
I did not see that either. We'll have to ask Dan.
But also, once again, a huge thanks to all the sponsors for the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour. You didn't get to hear Dan talk about it, but I'll talk to Dan again at the end of everything. But Gladstone Bowl, being the host center, the title sponsor of the tournament, or of the touring series.
Wrapping up the 8th year.
Yep.
The schedule for number 9 is finalizing, and we'll have a trio tournament for the first time.
That'll be interesting. Renewal by Anderson and the Windows. Reeve Terry brought them on board, and they're back again next year. So huge thanks to them. Lisa Finley with Filthy Insurance and Finley Transport out at St. Joe. Visionary. OK Trophies out at St. Joe. I Am Bowling. Storm, Rotogrip, 900 Global. All the money that they put in just helps the end of the year tournament and everything. And the winner, and if I remember right, I'll have to ask Dan to double check, but the winner of the tournament gets $1,800.
Yes, I did see that.
That's not a bad
Not
payday.
a bad weekend.
So Brian's a little bit deeper. I still can't tell. It looks like he's throwing a Mania, the Black Widow Mania. And that's another ball that I've kind of eyeballed a little bit. And I'm not the kind that really likes to get hugely deep and get the recover on the back end, but that ball seems to make it pretty easy.
And we are off and running officially now, both Manini and Kodoy with strikes in the first frame. Kodoy has to feel pretty confident on this pair after his
He's not
first
hating
game.
it.
Now that one got out too far.
Unless you get a little soft with the speed.
Yeah, it came screaming back.
I have no idea where I'm going to stop and get bite deep, but I'm actually going to be able to bowl league tonight.
We've moved all along at a pretty good clip.
It's gone pretty quickly.
Just 2 more matches after this. Okay.
And of course, Menini's going double up. Double up.
He's ready to get right up to the lane. He had stood up even before Kodoy had finished his shooting at his spare.
I think Doug may get a couple breaths in, and then he's going to be up to bowl if he doubles.
Yeah. Boy, right over 20 on that.
Didn't quite, and he's got to feed that right a little bit to get that friction. He pinched in just a hair bit.
Yeah, I think that rolled right over 20. Gets the spare.
Brian's pretty good at doing that. As much as he whips it at the bottom and gets around it, he's pretty good at just, I call it palming, just when you let go of it, you just push your palm straight up.
Flatten it out and go straight at the tip.
But no one's ever going to be as good as Norm Duke.
No. Oh, my gosh.
That guy.
So Manini does
There
not
you
take
go.
advantage with the double, but comes back here.
That's the difference when you get the ball out just a pinch more to read the friction. It just sets a lot better.
I think Dave a little relieved he's not coming up 20 or 30 pins down already.
You could tell the
So he
difference.
started at 10 and threw it out to about 6 or so.
Yeah, and you could tell the difference on that one from the left lane. Just he got through it a lot better and speed maintained a little bit more.
get back in it, cut the deficit down to 2. Little high again. Oh, here it comes. No, not
Lane
quite.
might be jumping just a pinch. He got through it a lot better.
It looks
but
like
it's still kind of bumped on him a little bit. So that's what I mean. It's going to be interesting even after this game when Hergenrader gets up there, how much transition is there going to be before he gets back up there.
And he will have been sitting on the sidelines for a good 45 minutes, waiting to see who he'll face up against. So Kodoy with the spare, 48 in the third with a spare up. Manini coming up 40 in the second with a strike. He is 12 pins up and can bump it to 22.
So you can tell just a little bit of difference on getting that ball right where he left that.
Sure did.
That flat 10 on the right lane.
Got that one out just a little farther. So Manini in the fifth. Stoned it. Absolutely stoned it.
I hear Randy Peterson is still going to therapy every time he sees an 8-pin.
Boy, and that's all over YouTube. He's never going to let that one down.
Well, good Lord, it's just such a, and the thing is, if I remember right, he needed to double.
Right.
And that was just the first one at 10th, but the fact that it was just
Perfect. Perfect shot.
in the clutch and he just buries it. And I think part of it, why it's so devastating, is the way that Ernie Schlegel responded to it. And that's just how Ernie is. He's
Sure.
old school pot bowling, one-on-one. You know, that's just, and I'm not damning him for it, but I mean, it was just that situation and the way that
Right.
he responded with it.
Ultimate in match play. Let's see if Kodoy can take advantage of Manini's stone shot and come back with a double.
Oh,
Way out there. Way outside.
hello.
That was the same shot he threw a couple frames ago that came up high, but I think he had a little more speed on it this time.
Something was different with it. That one got in a little bit, and he still got lucky and carried. And it's amazing how much difference the entry angle makes, where the one would just wrapped it and that one barely clipped it enough.
So Manini will need a strike here, or he could come back up in a couple frames behind.
This is the, let's see, what match is this?
2.
Yeah, match 2 of the 4, Brian Manini and Doug Koday. And then we'll have the semifinal match after
Winner will
that.
replace Brandon Liable. Koday will come up here trailing by 11. But working on a double.
Transition.
That was
But
quite a
here,
bit farther inside.
but here's the
in
thing,
front of us.
and I'm still curious about the left side transition, is Koday's angle is a lot more steep than Hergenrader's will be.
Yes.
So, you know, it's another variable and I'm pretty sure that Koday's not throwing a pin
No.
down negative shift low end ball.
So Koday now can strike out for a 225. Meanwhile, Manini on his double comes up in the eighth still with a chance to shoot a 259. Koday needs some strikes. Way out there again, but boy, it comes back hard. He left the same 247.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of surprised that one came back flush like
Frames
it
ago,
did.
yeah.
I got home last night and I wasn't sure what I was going to do, so what I do, I doled up a new ball.
Is that what you did?
Yeah, I had
You know how to have fun on a Saturday night.
I'm a party animal. Had drilled up a new Rockstar, drilled it up, pin up, and I watched a couple dirt track racing, late model dirt track racing. That's how I party on a Saturday night.
Well, you beat me. I put
I won't
fertilizer on the lawn.
But I won't be doing that this weekend.
What's up?
I'll be
Memorial Weekend. That's right.
I'll be relaxing in Orlando. Now here's my thing I hate about Orlando, and I've only flown in there once, and I didn't realize it. All the damn kids that are on the plane.
Oh, well, what do you think you're going to Orlando? What do you think you're going to get?
I didn't correlate the two.
Oh,
I
my
didn't
God.
think about it. The reason I took the connection to Orlando when I was flying into Newark was because it was so cheap.
Well,
Now I know why.
now you know why.
So you either go with the cheap and you deal with it, and I'm at the airport and I'm like,
Kids.
what is
kids,
with all the
kids.
damn kids? Not that I love kids. I have five grandkids. I
Just
love
don't want them screaming on an airplane.
my. And what's the deal with all the ears? I don't get it with the ears.
Got the
I'm flying to
Mickey
Newark.
Mouse ears.
Yeah, I'm flying to Newark. What the hell is it with the
Then you
kids?
figured it out.
Oh my God, I'll never do it again. Where am I going this weekend? I'm
Orlando.
going to frickin' Orlando. Good God, Raglan. I got talked into it. It really wasn't a plan. It was kind of talk. I'm like, I got the point, so okay.
So, Dave Koday wrapping up the last couple of frames here.
He jumped hard.
Finished in fourth. Again, the same 247, the third time in a row he's left it. But a great weekend for him nonetheless.
Oh yeah. He's had a pretty stout year. I need to see. Dan had a deal with the list of all the champions at tournaments and stuff. Mm-hmm. I need to see if he has that.
That'd be fun.
I need to start keeping a book of stuff so I can.
Well, again, just to be eligible for this tournament, you needed to be among the top
and I need to
bowlers of the year.
I need to keep a copy of the final
The points.
qualifying sheets and the match play and kind of lean back into that.
Now that there is 8 years of history with this circuit, I think you can see some pretty good trends.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and the last cut I made was Lee Summit at Summit Lanes 2 years ago. Since then, I just haven't done much. I haven't bowled that much either, so that kind of
So how
lends
do you
to it.
decide what tournaments to broadcast and what tournaments to bowl in?
I broadcast as many as I can. Every time we go to St. Joe, I end up being sick for some reason. That's happened the last 2 years I've been sick, and the year before that I had a back issue, and I couldn't bowl. I was sick for the Leavenworth tournament this year. That was right after it. It was like I got the double dose of the flu. I don't go to Omaha because of the distance. It's not really the distance, but if I do just this Saturday,
It's a commitment.
It's a commitment, but it's not feasible for me to drive up there just do the broadcast and not bowl because that's the doubles.
If you're going to go, you want to bowl.
Right, and the thing is, if I'm bowling, we're doing just the finals. If I'm not bowling, then I'll, if I can, I'll even do the qualifying as a bonus, but I'll still do the finals. But and there's times where if I'm just not bowling well, I'm not gonna hurt myself,
Right.
doing that. So 198 for
Kodak.
for Doug Code.
So let's see what Brian does with this fill ball here to see if he
230s.
tries something a little different. There's a little test shot.
And Brandon Lyon will be coming up in the semifinal match.
It's going to be a battle of St. Joe in the semifinals.
I wouldn't even look at that ball.
No.
So 237. And we'll take a quick timeout. Will we? Yeah, what the hey. We'll play a little bit of music real quick. And we'll be back with a semifinal match at Gladstone Bowl with the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour. And the Invitational Tournament. I have 2 more matches to go before the season's over with. We'll be back in a few minutes.
I think we're ready to go with the semifinals.
Yeah, and I forgot to hit the loop, so that kind of worked out well. And, and thanks to Ken for...
He's a fan.
He's a fan. He said he likes it. I'm like, yeah, as long as I remember to turn the sound off the mic and stuff. I mean, good Lord, Raglan. So Brandon Leibel and Brian Manini.
Battle of St. Joe, these two bowl against each other in leagues. They have bowled each other match play in lots and lots
They
of
bowl
tournaments.
PBA 50 tournaments
Yep.
together, or against each other, I guess. And Manini's going to stay with the Mania.
It starts with a strike. This is going to be a good match.
Trying to see what.
Little did I think coming down from St. Joe this morning that I'd be watching semifinals with two St. Joe guys.
That's what they do. Trying to see what Brandon's throwing.
Sets
a
it
black
down so
ball.
nice.
I gotta guess that's like an IQ tour, or where's Jack at? Jack would know.
Can't be too far. He's right behind you. Jack.
What's he throwing? IQ tour?
Probably. That's his favorite ball.
You know, I have never thrown an IQ tour.
He said 3 of them.
I believe it. Well,
He had 1 pin up, 1 pin down.
I tried 2 phase
kinda
2s and didn't
screwed
like
around
either one of them.
Yeah. He's when he has a ball he likes, he usually gets 2 of them so he can drill 1 up, pin down, and pin up so he can mess
Yeah,
around.
I probably need to get one. But then again, I have a 900 Global X. Love that ball. It's got to be so similar to it.
He's a storm guy through and through.
I'm going to say it's going to take a minimum 230 or 240 to win this game.
No, I believe that's a physics blackout.
It might be. He's.
The labeling is pretty silvery.
I struggle. I'm
That ball
colorblind,
got
so
right
I mix
early.
up some of them.
Yeah. Once you be a good ball boy and find out if that's a physics blackout. That's my guess. So the other ball he was looking at looks like a hazmat that Brian was looking at.
Yep.
Yeah, that one there, it didn't.
No.
He got that ball out early and it started running.
Just really ripped in.
Yeah, the lettering on it just looked a little bit too silvery to be the IQ Tour. I'm about ready to get one of those. I've got a $50 discount for Bowler Smart. It's like, But then again, I look at the Mania and that ball looks pretty good. Then I look at the Dark Side. That looks pretty good.
So Glide will come up in the third with the lead. He started with a double.
Even the stealth mode. The stealth mode that one's good. The effect tour looks good. I got some stuff. And with the Brandon on a double, he's
See if he
got
can
to be
take advantage of that
salivating.
open, yeah. Take an early lead here. There's 3 in a row.
And Brandon can kind of get away with that inside line a little bit with his, well, anyone has slower speed than Manini.
Little softer touch. So Leibel up by 22, or they can take it to 32 with another strike.
Looks good.
That was inside. That looked inside.
Yeah, you had a better angle
Little
on it
better
than I
angle.
did.
He did not get that one out.
I think it might be in a combination of in and speed.
Little soft as well.
All right, go ahead.
So instead of increasing his lead, much of it will evaporate. With the Open, he'll have 85 in the fourth Manini with a double here can take the lead. If he can get back-to-back strikes here in the fourth and fifth frame.
I think I'm going to say about headsets that have microphones with them. Those things are costly.
I've
though.
never trusted him.
Oh, I've had a pair that lasted me, what, the Sennheiser or whatever they were, lasted me like 10 years. Never had a problem with it.
Just doesn't feel right. You think there's got to be a mic somewhere close.
Well, and the problem was I recorded something for someone, and I think I left a bag behind the head, all that in there, and they said, no, it's not here. And I'm like, okay. So that kind of put me behind the 8 ball.
Manini takes full advantage of the open.
I'll tell you what, he sees a friction spot and he can hit it. It's pretty stout.
So now he's up by 3. Leibel trailing by 3 now. And needs a strike here just to keep pace. It's amazing how quick things can turn around. That one open.
I know they have scoring apps for bowling on, but I need to see if there's like a
Inside again. Inside again. Same shot.
He never got that one right.
Same shot, but he
I
got
need
away
to
with
see if
that
there's
somehow.
a scoring app where you can keep track of multiple people at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
If there is in that way, I'd be able to do that on the phone and keep it and be able to look back at it that way.
Okay, Leibel gets his spare.
Yeah, that didn't. And the thing I'm kind of surprised about is aggressive as that physics blackout is.
He's really trying to throw it flat.
He has the ability to not let it jump. I mean, it gets there, and it's not just that dead left-hand turn. But he can get around it, so it will.
Okay, that one gets out a little farther, and he's better shot.
He's like a third of the way, and then he's just kind of rolling it off his hand, and he's not rotating around it, which is how you do that. But that ball is still aggressive enough.
Big couple frames for Manini here. He's up by 3, but can take it to 13 and 23. He can
wants to
really
put the hammer down the throttle.
Can.
That's in
the right spot.
In the hole. I just had a flashback with that in the hole. Played fast pitch with my best friend's family, and they always had a Mexican tournament. Mm-hmm. And they had one of the uncles, family, they call them uncles, that was doing the announcing. He goes, someone up to bat, someone on deck, and then he'd go,
in the hole.
Someone else, in the hole. Every time, and it just resonates.
All right. It's now a 23-pin lead for Manini.
Bang, bang.
Yeah, that was quick.
He's going 278 possibility.
So after that
255.
open, Manini had that open in the second with a big split, and then has come back with 5 in a row.
Over 30-pin deficit going on right now if they both sheet. So going back to the old term of Nelson Burton Jr.
Oh, yeah.
It would behoove Brandon Leibel to strike out.
Laid it down, coming back, and there.
Yeah, it gave that one just a little bit more room.
A little push, yeah, and a little extra juice on the end of it. A little more hand.
Now, and he's to the point now where if he misses, he knows he's pretty much done.
He'll really need a break.
that's better.
Oh, boy.
That stopped
Didn't
on
quite
him.
finish.
I don't think he got the hand quite into it. It got to the spot when it broke. It just stopped on him.
So he picks this up. He can finish with a 234 if he strikes out. And Manini's still at a 228 pace. But these next two frames could tell the tale of the match here. Locked in. So that's a six-bagger now from Manini. Up by 24. Manini had bowled on this pair twice before today in the round robin match play. And it bowled 230, 240, and there's another strike. And this one is close to over. Bible again with 154 in the seventh, a spare up. He can strike out for a 234. Definitely respectable 234, but you've got a guy with a seven-bagger behind you. Oh, way out. He gets the mix.
See, I told you he can still wheel it.
You bet. Been playing those other shots so tight.
And that's what the physics blackout is made for. That's why I'm saying as far in as Brandon was playing, he's able to manipulate the hand and the speed a little bit to get the ball to roll like he needs to.
So if he can strike out here in the 10th, he would at least force Manini to mark and get count in the 10th. And he rings a 10-pin.
It don't matter now.
No. So Brandon Leibel will finish third in this Gladstone Bowl tournament, the Senior Invitational. And he had a really good year.
Oh yeah, he's always solid every year. I'll give him a 214 for the strike. What the hey? But now here's the question with Hergenrader and how that left side's going to be.
How it changed over the past 45 minutes since he was last on the field.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, and you wrote and pen.
Correct.
So yes.
Remember the Eraser-Mate back in school?
Loved it.
Yeah. Number one, why did we have to write our papers in pen?
Well, me being left-handed, I just smear it all over the paper anyway.
It always bugged. And no Eraser-Mate. Well, then what's the point? Because how many times did you get like 3/4, 7/8 of the way down the page and make one little mistake and you got to rewrite the whole
thing?
Good God Almighty. So it's going to be Brian Manini and Doug Hergenrader in the finals.
So again, Hergenrader bowled game 7 and 8 of match play on this final pair. He had a 204 in game 7, but like you had mentioned, he found something by the end of that 7th game because it could have been a lot worse, and then came back with a 258 in game 8.
Yeah.
And Manini is going to finish with a 268 with one more strike.
I ain't going to write it down in pen because you know what's going to happen.
Or he's going to ring something if you do that.
I don't want to be the cause of it. Good thing I did. It would have been my fault. So 268.
213. Manini over Brandon Leibel in the semifinals.
And once again, a huge thanks to all the sponsors for the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour. literally, and it's amazing. Someone that doesn't deal with either production or a tournament or some kind of festival or anything like that, you see that, the people that have their names on the banners and stuff, it's literally, if you don't have them, whatever you appreciate isn't going to happen. So yeah, it's you have to recognize them, you have to patronize them, and let them know that you appreciate it. 'Cause a lot of times you don't. It's it's that old adage: if you don't hear from someone, you're usually doing okay.
Right.
You only hear from them when you're doing bad, and it doesn't work out that well sometimes. So.
Well, these sponsors are doing it more than just the advertising for themselves. It's their support of the tournament, of the tour, and of bowling.
So, and Gladstone Bowl, huge for stepping up and being the host and the title sponsor for the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour. And Ironworks, Renewal by Anderson, Visionary, Finley Transport, Lisa Finley with Shoulder Insurance, OK Trophy, I Am Bowling, where Dan gets all the jerseys and everything, Storm, Rotogrip, 900 Global, and even the people that watch. If there's no one's watching, there's no sense in doing it. So what are you going to do then?
It's kind of a chicken or the egg thing. You need the sponsors to have a good tournament, but you need a good tournament to have sponsors willing to support it.
And you need people to watch the tournament to appreciate the sponsors. So it's, what are you going to do? Looks like Doug Hergenrader is not going to be affected by any transition so far. And he's got his trusty, negative shift wine hustle.
From 10 to about 7 and back, and he gets the carry.
That shot there kind of...
A little soft.
Yeah, kind of lazy getting up. I don't know if that was a move to find out what it's going to do or what. So this is the final match. The whole year it culminates to this match. So Doug Hergenrader and Brian Manini. And actually, I should bring out... What I should bring out is... There was a... Let's see if I can do this right. Because Brian Manini had a interesting...
He started today not so well.
Well, yesterday was was interesting for him, trying to match up everything, because he was down. He was not. What was it? He was in 26 after game 3.
That's a long way back.
Yeah, and he ends up going, I believe, was 270.
You punch in? Are you working? Dave and I may do it Tuesday this week instead of Wednesday.
Brian Manini's games, he was 26th. He goes 0-2, 22, 35, and he's 26th. Then he turns around and goes 279 and shoots himself up to 7th. Then after his 279, he goes 190.
Well, he did not finish that far above the cut line, did he? Yesterday?
Yeah.
I think he finished 7th, maybe?
He was 7th.
Yep.
But he fought his way back the final 2 games.
And then started today with a
going 58,
206.
57. Yeah, he had slow starts. He wasn't too particular with the fresh.
And unlike a lot of two-part tournaments, the carryover counted. So yesterday's scores did carry over today. So he was starting with a little bit of a hurdle.
He was still starting in the hole.
off and running.
It should be illegal. Doug Hergenrader with a wine U dot or a wine U dot. Listen to me, going back to old school with the wine hustle negative shift. I still wonder if Don Breeden gets a cut every time Doug throws that and he wins.
It's like a consulting fee.
Something like that. Bang. You got that just a tick early. And literally for Manini, it's very easy. It's hitting a spot down there at a certain spot, and if he gets it right, there's no way anything is.
Well, he
is
didn't take
standing.
any time for that spare. He's speed bowling here.
Yeah, Manini doesn't. You know how they have the
strikes.
The strike deal for the PBA?
Love it. So much fun to watch.
No, I can't watch
I love it.
I can't watch it. That's just... Manini would be good at it, though.
With that
Little
kind
bit
of
further down the
event,
lane.
it's muscle memory as much as anything else. It's not like you're concentrating too much on marks.
Yeah, but
It's concentrating on throwing it as quick as you can.
you're looking at a mark in a direction. You're not really
Yeah.
seeing where you're standing at.
Yeah.
And then Doug Hergenrader, pretty solid day. 238, 32, 36, 48, 58, 68, 44.
And those were yesterday, right?
Yesterday. So his little game was 232. His high game was 268. So he was just dead solid.
And even today, he averaged 240 with a gap in there of 223, 202, 236, 204. It's just that he started his first three games today with an 800,
so
which is a great way to get going.
grab the calculator on your phone real quick.
Okay.
1724 plus his
1923.
yeah.
Yep. At 36.47, and that's over 16 games.
Yeah.
$36.47, is that right? 17.24 and 19.23. Just seeing what he's averaged over the. What was his average yesterday?
240 to 246. So he's setting 243
243. Yeah. Yeah.
for 16 games. That's
Pretty
good.
sturdy.
Even with the $1.90 I'm throwing in there.
And so he has started with three in a row. Manini's come back.
Yeah, Manini
With a double.
Manini got that one just a tick further down lane.
Didn't leave the 4-pin this time.
No. At this rate, it might be a pretty quick game.
And really, we haven't even been talking about filling spares because spares have been no good.
Right.
Not this many strikes.
He hits it right, it's like a vacuum.
Just disappears the pins.
Ooh.
Gets the carry.
And that's where that negative shift comes in when the ball it can lay off just enough.
And we've talked about Manini and Hergenrader today. Well, all tournament long bowling well, but curious today, Manini averaged 240.5, Hergenrader 240.4. So they were the top two bowlers of the day today.
You're going to have to shoot the scores.
Yeah. So Hergenrader in the fifth after a four-bagger. Little tight. No carry.
Yeah, it's And sometimes you get stuck to that point where you're not sure when to get out of that ball.
Mm-hmm. It looked like a little trouble from the start.
I always got to a point where, if I have a start kind of like how Manini has, and, then you're bowling someone that goes like the front 4 or 5, whatever, you just keep going because you think, okay, they're going to miss at some point.
At some point.
But now you just hope I don't miss again before
Right.
they miss.
But now he can take the lead. A lot of speed, even for him.
The 6-pin just got up enough. And you can tell when it gets in, it's going to hit the pocket. You just not sure if it's going to have enough to push through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 6 nudged the 10 down. So Brian Benini, after an opening spare with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a
Did
row.
exactly what he wanted to do
He
after
sure did.
that spare by Hergenrader.
Throws the first 4 in a row and then just one little gap, and all of a sudden he's behind. Same
And that's
shot
what
as
I
he
was
had the
wondering.
last frame.
And
Same shot.
Yeah, and he got it in.
Mm-hmm.
Unless that negative shift has any kind of friction to get it to tip,
Didn't have enough at the end.
it's not going to push through.
So another weak 7-pin. But he'll get the spare.
Now that puts Manini in a pretty good spot. Because he's going 290 if he sheets.
And he's 12 up
And
right
268.
now. 12 up working on a strike. Hergenrader 12 down with a spare. See how he'll adjust after those weak 7-pins. A little farther outside, comes in harder.
Looked like he went a little bit more direct. And that's it's one of those, you live by the sword and die by the sword. That's his go-to ball in this house.
And a third 7-pin in a row. That was a different kind of 7-pin.
Yeah.
That was more of a ringer than...
And it had a little bit more push. Like I
did.
said, from my direction, from my angle, looked like he went more direct to get it to set into a roll and push through instead of
Straight
on
down 10 again, yeah.
It kind of just sat in a puddle.
So getting his 7-pins, but falling farther behind.
And now Manini's just salivating. The only thing he wants to hear are 2 vacuum sounds of the pins. Bang.
Whammo.
Yeah, he hits that one spot down lane, forget it. It's... And I think the way these lanes are broken down, that it's exactly what Manini needs. He just needs that spot down lane to get to. That one didn't
5-pin.
quite.
Some help from the 5-pin.
Yeah, you might have got that one in just a pinch, but it was just enough to carry.
So Hergen Rader can strike out potential 257, and he'll need every bit of that just to
No need all of it.
have any kind of chance. There's a tighter shot.
Yeah, he kind of moved left a little bit to find a little bit of friction, but yet when he gets it enough forward, it's trying to run.
So Manini, if he stays clean, will be in the 250s at the very worst. And Hergen Rader can strike out for a 257. Nice shot.
There you go.
Nice shot.
I think it's just basically the first one.
If he gets a strike, yeah, that should about do it. 2 spares would about do it also, depending on count. If he stays clean, he should be in good shape. And yet another strike.
Remember Don Meredith?
Not yet. Don't sing yet. Don't sing
You know
yet.
exactly where I was going.
I
with
know
that.
exactly. We still got a little bit of a party.
Was he not fun
Loved him.
to listen to on Monday Night Football with Cosell?
Now they had blinked the lights for last call.
They blinked it a little
They
bit.
blinked the lights for last call. We're on last call here. This would about do it.
There you go.
Look at that. That will do it.
That's
We have a champion.
going to nail it. Brian Manini with the Invitational Championship.
Doing it in grand style also. After his first frame spare, he's
Hey, if
had
you're gonna win,
9 in a row.
And we'll get a word with Brian and Doug here in a second, and we'll talk with Dan.
You didn't like it.
Even
Still
when
a
the
strike.
ball rolls out, he's still
Yeah.
blasting the 10-pin out. How would you like to be that age and still have that much hand?
That much.
And the kicker is he doesn't slide. And
No.
as far as I know, if he doesn't have any knee problems, that's pretty
hits-
hard to do.
The line pretty strong. No slide whatsoever. And
Of course.
a lot of hand.
Brian Manini with the 289. And Doug Hergenrader will finish up the 10th. And Doug Hergenrader seals out the season with a strike. We'll get Brian Manini over here too. And I mean, you live by the sword and you die by the sword with the wine hustle, right?
do. Yeah, that's where I was throwing. No ring, just straight as I could throw it. They were hooking. Transition was huge.
I kind of noticed it looked like a transition for the lefties during the round robin was about game 3. We're looking over, Steve was on 23 and 24, started going a little bit light. Doug was kind of in transition with the ball, and you were kind of stuck with the goal label and couldn't quite, you're getting too much early read on it.
Yeah, I just had to go straighter, and then you give up some carry, but I threw the ball pretty good all weekend.
Averaged, before today, this game, 243 for the 16. Yeah, I think I'll take that.
Yeah, I bowled great. And you guys were in a great tournament. Like I said, I had a lot of fun. Today's my birthday, too.
Oh, happy birthday well, you could have given yourself your own birthday present. Now, the one question I have to ask, does Mr. Breeden get a cut of anything that you win throwing the hustle?
The only time he gets a cut is when we're 1 and 2. Or 2 and 1. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If he's first and second, then we just... He's not here today, so hopefully it's not broadcasting.
There you go. Well, congratulations, Doug Hergenrader, with a nice run, and we'll get Brian Manini over here.
Brian, come on over here.
And
You started off yesterday kind of in a hole, and then you had to come back from there. I mean, after a couple games yesterday, you're 26th spot. Then you finish up strong getting in today, come out with a 2-0 the first game, and what you think about having a carryover from yesterday today instead of starting fresh? You had a lot of ground to make up.
Yeah, and we started on the end pair on 23 and 24.
Your favorite?
Yeah, it's okay. Now that I know about it, it's all right. The left lane hook's a lot more. It didn't when we first started over there. It didn't seem like it did, and just had some carry issues. Probably was in the wrong ball for the first game, and then figured it out when we moved everywhere. So.
Well, you certainly deserve the title. The last 3 games, bowling about an 800.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
You bowl an 800 in match play, and then in step ladder.
I didn't even know I did one in match play. That's cool though. I just, like I said, I threw the hazmat all day today up until the match play, and then I switched over to the Black Widow Mania, and that ball looked really good. So.
You were the only one really swinging it very much. So many of the others straight up and in.
Yeah, I don't have much choice. I tried down and in yesterday early because I was like, I didn't have anything else, and it was just hooking too early for me to play out there. So I had to at least swing it a little bit and try to find a ball that would match up with it. So luckily the Mania did yesterday. That got me out of trouble yesterday, and then today the hazmat it kept me kind of in the hole all day, and it's just a matter of trying to figure out how to carry. So
Once you found it, you found it.
Yeah. After the 8s and 9s and stuff like that. But yeah.
And about the only misses you had was when you're trying to throw the ball to Liberty and you couldn't get it to recover enough.
Yeah, I did. My tendency is to have fast feet, and I definitely had that today often. So I was trying to really focus on that and match play and keep them slow. I got away a couple times, but yeah.
And then later today, it was just hit the spot down the lane. That's just get it there, let it do what it's going to do.
Yeah, I had, with that ball, I probably had three to 4 boards minimum, I'd say.
No one else is throwing your line.
Yeah, that's true.
And
especially since we had lefties in the final, so we had 3 lefties and only 2 righties, so that helped. They probably had more transition in the match play than we did. So.
And you had a little bit of pull.
Oh yeah,
just a little bit. It was just enough. Like in this game, you could actually get it left a little bit.
Yeah.
It just determined on how much it was going to feed off of it.
Right, and as far left as I was, I had that. If I was further right, it would have checked too early and never got there. So that's kind of.
Be holding its plaque here while we're talking here. Look at that.
Well, Brian Manini with the championship, and ends up a good year. And
my first singles title this year.
Really?
Yeah, I got 2.
Well, that's right. You had the one with
Breeden and Mana.
With Mana.
Bookended the season with
so
them.
you were finally able to get it done by yourself.
Yeah, I won some matches again. It's nice. Feels good.
Well, congratulations. Nice bowling this year.
Congratulations. Way to go.
Brian Manini with and we'll get Dan over here again because the problem was I forgot to turn the mic off the camera. So anything that you said before, no one heard.
Really tough to hear.
So we finished off with the 8th year, starting with the 9th.
Yeah.
And we do this each time, and it's just like it gets bigger and bigger. And even though most of it is a lot of the same guys, the support for the tournament is just growing.
It's fantastic. I think we said earlier we had like 140 different senior bowlers bowl at least one event, which is amazing. When we first started this, I think this is our 8th year. The first year we averaged 15 bowlers per event, and now we're averaging 55 to 60 per event. Most of the time I have a wait list, so most of the events are pretty well full. So it's really great. I look forward, for August to come to start, and then it just goes so fast. It's
does.
amazing. We've done this for 8 months, and it just feels like we just started a month ago. So
And just about the time you sit there and you catch your breath,
we do
you're
it
right
again.
back at it.
Yep. So we're going to take a little break here. We'll be down for June, July, August, but then we'll be right back at it. We talked about a trios event there in August, so we're set for Olathe Lanes East. I believe it's August 16th, 17th weekend. Saturday will be a trios event, combination of age for the team needs to be a minimum of 175, and at least one player has to be 60 years old. There'll be a 7-game qualifying, and then a Baker trio step ladder, which will be really cool. We've never done one of those. We've never done anything with a 3-person team, so it'll be really neat. It's going to be at Olathe Lanes East, so they have 32 lanes, so we can theoretically have 32 teams, and that'd be, if my math is right, that's 96 bowlers, right?
That's and
So that would be
well.
That would be awesome. For the first event to have that kind of a turnout would be fantastic. But no, that the tour is doing good. Gladstone Bowl is coming back next year.
Nice.
Renewal by Anderson Windows is coming back next year. I don't know about the others yet. I haven't reached out to them, but I'm going to. And again, anybody else looking to sponsor, the senior tour, we have varying levels of sponsorship, from bronze all the way up to platinum. We also have sponsors for the senior tour, points fund, the super senior points fund. So we have a lot of things we can do, and every little bit helps. Even $100 if you just want to sponsor one event, super senior check for one event, $100, $150. It all helps. It all goes into the into the prize fund and makes it worth doing. So it's a lot of fun. I really enjoy it, and again,
and you can drag this guy out.
yeah, Alan.
We'll have to get Alan out a little bit.
Yeah, I really appreciate him coming down. I need to, again, thank you to Storm Bowling this year. They provided, I think a dozen ball certificates to give away, which are very nice. And, with those you can get, any ball you want, any new release, anything that's current. So a lot of guys send those in. I get notifications every time they send one in, so that's really nice. Renewal by Anderson, Gladstone, Breezy Iron Works, Joey Finley Transportation Company, Lisa Finley with their insurance company. I think I got them all.
I Am Bowling, OK Trophy.
I Am Bowling, OK Trophy. Yeah, the plaques. OK Trophy does the plaques for me, and they hardly charge anything. So and I've been working with them now for 6-7 years. Oh, and and then last, Jason Chris, Face Designs.
Yep.
He does all the design
I don't
work.
know how I forgot
And
to mention him.
He doesn't charge me anything for all the design work. He's been doing it now for 7-8 years.
And he does great work.
He does great work, and every year I have him tweak stuff. He does the banners, so every year we're updating banners and we're changing them, and I order new banners, and he just does that. He does the big banners that we send to each center.
If you go to a center where the tournament's going to be done, you can see the banners sitting on the walls and everything. He does those.
It has the schedule. I mean, we really trying to do this right, trying to run it right. When me and Scott started this back, I think 2015, we wanted to run a good quality scratch bowling event for senior bowlers because there was nothing in the area
for the
seniors, and we wanted to run a good event, and we really do, and we've really hit it, we've really hit it on the nail. I think, the competition is fantastic. The support is unbelievable. The format, I think, is really good. I talk with people about trying to tweak it, and I think to myself, it's not broke, Dan, don't fix it. I mean, it works really good. So no, I'm just really thrilled with what we do, and and it keeps me in the bowling business and stuff. And when I'm not doing this, I try to bowl events. But I've been doing more and more tournaments where the bowling has sort of become secondary because this is a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's
a lot of fun.
It is, and I've said it year in and year out. It's a lot of the same people bowling it. It's almost becomes like a big family gathering. You get to see everyone once a month, and sometimes we have the weekends like in Topeka and Lawrence and up in Omaha and stuff. Everyone gets to see everyone, and it's zero problems, zero issues. It's just a nice tournament and something to bowl.
And I've got enough of the jerseys out now with bowlers. It's really cool when I go I went to the Masters a couple years ago, and there was a whole bunch of guys wearing the Northwest Missouri
Oh,
Senior
yeah.
Bowlers Tour for one day of the Masters. You know, I was out there and said, hey guys, if you got them, let's all wear our jerseys the same day. So you know,
Right.
there was like 10 of us that were all wearing
Dating like nationals.
you know. And then I was out at Nationals a couple years ago, and there was a couple guys wearing that were from this area, and they were wearing their Senior Missouri, Senior Bowling Tour jerseys. So it's really cool when you see that and the support. It's really neat. It is a lot of fun.
Yeah. Well, it's been a great time. Another good year, and we'll do it again next year.
Thank you so much, guys. You
So-
bet. Take care.
And that's going to do it.
Well
and,
done.
and Alan joining me. Like I said, no one wants to hear me talk all the time. So, but yeah, another good tournament, and
It was fun.
I think Brian already held out.
Got a graduation, he said.
Oh, we had a graduation to go to. He could have stuck around. Get
Take
back
the money
here.
and run.
All right, I'll let Brandon Leibel, nice job. Thanks again for the meal yesterday, man. I appreciate it. And but yeah, we'll have to, whenever we're in St. Joe and stuff, whenever you're not doing anything, come.
You bet.
You got
This is
an
fun.
open invitation.
Well, this is fun.
anytime.
This is a lot of fun and great bowling for
Oh, yeah.
sure. Well done tournament, well done tour, and yeah, it's turned into something.
And I got a list of stuff I need to get. So
All right.
I'm gonna.
Be back in August, bigger and better.
Well, we'll see how far that goes. But yeah, it's worked out well. So thanks again for Alan for helping me out today. And second time we've been, I get third time. And
If you can't,
it's working out pretty well. So
It's been a lot of fun.
it's
I
enjoyable.
appreciate you inviting me back again
Yeah.
for this. It's
Andy,
been
like
great.
I said, you got an open invitation. And once again, congratulations to Brian Benini with the championship, Doug Hergenrader finishing second, and everyone else that on the Invitational for making it and making the cut in the round robin. But that's going to do it for this year. And keep track of the Facebook page. Dan will keep that updated. We're going to have some different venues to be able to view it through Facebook and everything. Like I said, we're going to back everything up, and hopefully that we don't have the issues like we did earlier. But anyway, that's what happened. So
If that's the worst that happens, I'd say that's not so bad.
yeah, we survived. So for everyone here at Gladstone Bowl, thanks for their help. Dan for doing a great job with the tournament again this year. And thanks for Alan joining us. I'm Ryan Ragland, and we will see you in August at Olathe Lanes East in Olathe for the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour. We'll have the trio and then the singles back-to-back Saturday, Sunday. So have a great summer, and we will see you guys in August for the Northwest